Thank you. It's much appreciated, and it's the only reason why you're here. We let you play in our games as payment for your moderation work.
Just ignore that I only started moderating like a few months ago. Just ignore that.
His advantage might be an iron fist, but it's easily circumvented by his disadvantage of a glass jaw.
Sure. Any sort of pushback and I'll immediately undo anything.
That's why he bans them, so they can't complain.
I'm a man of strong convictions, but they don't last very long.
You know the funny thing? I only modded you so you could help me with one app from a particular game I was playing.
True.
Now he's here forever. Much like inviting him to the table in the first place.
It's like D&D all over again. It's just like you invite him to your table, and for some reason he just keeps coming back.
It's not even a matter of like you fed the stray. The stray just decided you're our peoples now.
I just decided I wasn't stray anymore.
The crazy part was I wasn't even GMing when he first started going.
True. I just wanted to learn how to play D&D.
Back in the days where Cameron was playing a neutered rogue. Good times.
Yeah, I couldn't get sneak attack in any situation ever, no matter how I played the rules. Because apparently, if you're fighting a boss in his lair, you can't sneak attack them because they always know you're there or something like that.
But it's not a matter of them knowing you there. It's also a matter of advantage. So, like, was it just a DM thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that somebody who has magic resistance, which technically only gives them advantage on spells, are take half damage from all spell attacks. That was nice.
To be fair, it's a confusing rule because they mentioned other things have resistance. And it does a different thing or the same thing. However, we're talking about this. In any case, yeah, it was a little messy, and it kind of felt bad to play a rogue who couldn't sneak attack. So thus, I was just a normal person with one attack every round.
True.
That sounds fucking miserable.
It was miserable, especially because I was playing the assassin rogue.
Oh yeah, no, there's no point. You don't have anything. You're entirely dependent on DPS.
Yep.
Because I played one for the Avatar: The Last Airbender themed campaign we did, and I was the only non-bender, so I played an assassin rogue to make up for all the crazy shit they were going to be doing later on, since they got reskinned D&D classes based on their element. I became a fucking god if I had advantage. And then I became so speedy, I was always god.
Fair.
Yeah.
I had the Vax boots. I went Neum.
Yeah. It was one of those moments where I'm just like, man, I need to be a DM at Adventures League so bad to save any other player from this horror.
My condolences for you making it through that.
It was rough. We almost didn't. On the bright side, almost all the books I own were given to me free for 5th edition.
That's very handy.
All right. It's sad time, boys. As we're going to be going through the epilogue for the Rosencratz arc. And Jess, I have no idea where you're seeing a lollipop. It's a corn dog. You're way a bit off. Anywho. I'm done with this already. No, Don't. Don't. Don't feed them. Why not?
I'm gonna go ahead and take it. They don't have those where you are. I'm not putting that in the package though.
There's a reason why in Ratatouille, there's a moment where he's like, and it sells corn dogs. He's like, what are corn dogs? It's like they're hot dogs wrapped in bread or whatever the hell it was.
Anywho, that nonsense aside, so we're going to completely ignore what Alex said. 100%.
Did he speak?
No.
Okay.
So you guys are in the hidden chambers beneath the Rosencratz mausoleum. You have bested Iqbal at his prime, and now he is not but a husk of charred Vitella after taking a giant laser to the face. And there's just this moment of silence afterward where everyone is just unsure how to feel in the moment. It's over. It was a long battle, and it just ended like that in the snap of a finger.
Serena kind of looking at it in horror for a moment, kind of wraps her arms around herself and looks away.
Anastasia would glance in Yvonne's direction, just to keep an eye on her.
After a brief moment of taking in the situation, she slowly strides over to the husk. Upon arriving, she looks down with a sorrowful gaze before slowly dropping to her knees and gently rubbing one thumb over his now charred cheek. This poor child. All he ever wanted to do was to help those who are suffering. She stands up and addresses you all. I myself do not have the power to stop you all. So, this is your victory. Let's hope it doesn't turn out like the last time the Vitella had such an upset.
Does that remind Anastasia of any history or storybook events that may have sound similar?
You feel that she's referring to when the First Lord took the Eternals' lifespan away, or the Elders' lifespan away.
So you're saying the First Lord was wrong for his choice to try and help?
In the end, it's the nature of all life to live greedily. The only difference is now that Vitella's lifespans have been so drastically cut. They're more prone to fighting for the top positions of their houses. Even our house was not invulnerable from such squabbles. You, young Vitella, who lived here in Rosencratz, do not know the true atrocities that occur within the families of the 11 Bloodhouses. Well, 10 now, I suppose. Because in the end, Iqbal recognized that the only way the Vitella behaved themselves was to follow one powerful leader, one whom none could challenge, and kept much of the infighting at bay.
Well, you and the Rosencratz aren't really gonna pay for fixing your problems. Not that it's gonna matter in a couple decades anyway.
I guess you're right. In the end, death comes for everyone.
Finlet just nods, Ragnarok in mind, and kind of shifts away from the others where he had before been kind of fluffed up, half in threat when she had moved over, and kind of goes over to the crystal, clicking on with claws.
Alexi moves over that way as well.
It's a large gem-like structure, very hard on the outside. As you guys are inspecting it, Richard comes over. I'd avoid shattering that unnecessarily. You might damage the First Lord's body. And in a weakened state as he is, I don't know what the repercussions of that would be.
No, I was gonna ask your other Rosencratz if he can get rid of it. He looks over at Radovan.
Yes, I was just thinking of doing so. I'm sorry, the battle's taken a lot out of me. He casts a mournful gaze over the charred remains of his father.
Sorry for your loss.
I'm not. He stuck by his convictions to the end.
Can still hurt.
You probably think me a monster, but I barely even knew my father. Not really. It's more just strange that he's gone. Well, he walks over to the stone. Let's see what I can do. He places his hands upon it and closes his eyes and concentrates deeply. The gemstone seems to illuminate ever so faintly before slowly, like an ice cube melting in fast-forwarded time, it begins to bleed out. And the First Lord is rendered free, though seemingly unconscious, as his body collapses to the side.
There's one where Finwood just kind of hovers, looking at Radovan. Appears to be for permission.
Yeah.
Doesn't know if he's safe to go.
Go ahead. He's sitting there looking exhausted.
Alexei, seeing that the fire on his blade is no longer necessary, because he thought maybe the stone would react to fire, cools his blade and it sizzles off.
Do you need me to carry you too?
To whom are you speaking? Sorry, there's a lot of people in this room.
Radovan, since he looks exhausted. So he scoops up the First Lord.
No, I should be well enough on my feet. Thank you.
Still, Ishtar offers her hand out to him to help him up.
Who?
Ishtar. Ishtar offers her hand to Radovan to help him up once he's ready.
Oh, well, he was already standing by the crystal.
Yeah, he didn't like slump down.
He just looked winded, but he takes your hand regardless and smiles. Thank you.
Jacques returns the scallops to their place. Remains by Serena. Just has a hand on her shoulder. Once it's gloved.
So, what is the next thing that we need to do?
You all have done enough. I honestly couldn't ask more of you. Just know that, for the time being anyway, you're all welcome in our city as guests. And maybe in time, honored heroes. If you by chance need to purchase anything or board or whatever, just bill it to the Rosencratz.
We might need more oil for the lantern, he says as he looks at, like, probably pretty empty at this point, oil container. But other than that, probably good for now.
Sure. I'm sure we can manage something like that.
Finn with grins, it's like self-sufficient Vikings. What reward would you like for helping us reclaim power over the city from my father? I have all the wealth in the city. Oh, need some more oil for the lantern. Moth kind of like, Gehenna forested into it. Then we had to coat the blades. If it's too much trouble.
And then Alexei will look over to Anastasia and he's like, also, I believe that we haven't properly met your family yet, so pats him on the shoulder.
Yeah, you gotta invite us. As like unconscious First Lord still held. Good to go meet the rest of you.
I believe it is necessary in this situation to show us your house.
You gotta be a good host.
Maybe not right after. Then he just points to the corpse. If I just let humans walk in the Sorbonne house after the First Lord's dead, there would be a lot of problems. Not First Lord, but Motherwell.
Yes, I would also like to say that speak to no one of your participation in this series of events. The Vitella will never accept humans of any variety participating in the patricide of their lord. But I am the one who's responsible for his demise. I think things will go as smoothly as they can. I've been told roughly the events of what happened when I was away by Serena and such, and my father's claim of doing something similar to his family. I think it's only justice that the same is done in the reverse.
Alright, we can do that.
At least don't mention it to the Vitella of this city. Your accolades are your own to enjoy, but for the sake of City Rosencratz, I beg for some level of secrecy.
I got plenty of funner fights to gloat about. This one was different.
He turns to face Yvonne. What of you, madame? I really have no idea what part you played in all this. What do you intend to do now? You're mistaken, child. I never intended to do anything. Everything here is as designed by Iqbal. He may have mentioned before, but not all who suffered from the First Lord's meddlings peacefully went into torpor. As my body began to age, I began to, well, be reduced to a state not much unlike a living hell, in a body too frail to move or to do anything, left in a box to suffer for eternity. By chance did he come upon me, seeing the pain that I was in. Seeing that and knowing that there right well could be more elders in such situations. He wanted to set us back to the way we were before, so that none may need to suffer in ever-living hell. He was even so willing to sacrifice his own vitality to do so. She drops her dress somewhat so you can see the marks that kind of line along her collarbone. Using his own life force, he's managed to get me to the state where I am, as you see me here. It wasn't a permanent solution, though. And she reaffixes her clothing. So, don't look too poorly upon him. The only thing he wanted to do was to help his people. Though, I will not say that he wasn't planning on doing so at the cost of the mortals' lives. But he only wanted what was best for the ones he loved, no matter the cost. I'm sure once his magic wanes with time, I'll return to my prior state. I don't think I'll suffer at this time, though. Taking in her morbid words, Radovan nods. The state of the Vitel is a complicated thing, and I will not profess to know anything about it. If there is a way we can help you, madame, we will, but for the best of the Vitel, I'll side with the First Lord on his decision. Even if you are his daughter. With that, he turns, a look of stout determination on his face. You can bring the First Lord to our mansion. We'll make sure he's well taken care of.
He nods.
And with that, quietly, he leaves the mausoleum.
Anastasia would stop by Lady Yvonne after everyone's taken their time leaving. Since we obviously will have no leader, and if Radovan eventually is open to the idea, maybe not soon, maybe a few years, it would be foolish of us to ignore the chance to have advice from an elder, if you'd be willing to give it.
If you're willing to hear my words, then I'm sure. I'll do my best. You look like him, you know. My younger brother.
I'm learning a lot about my family. I could understand, though, why he wouldn't flaunt being the son of the First Lord, though. Especially how much, from what I'm told, he believed in serving, not ruling.
Seeing how his family has grown, I can only think that the way he led his life was correct. If only all Vitello were in such a honorable disposition.
Well, hopefully, Rosencratz will be a change. A different start. We just have to get everyone to work together.
We'll see. Much can change with time. Even the strongest of us, our presence fades. This is something that we must leave, unfortunately, to those we have yet to know.
He nods and he offers a hand to help escort her out of the mausoleum.
No, I think I'll stay around a little longer and pay my respects.
Understood. Please get home safely, my lady.
She doesn't reply, but instead just casts her sorrowful gaze down to the body of Iqbal. You all eventually leave the mausoleum, heading to the rear side of the Rosencratz mansion. With that, Radovan requests to take the First Lord off your hands, Fenwith.
Pouts, but does so.
As you heap him onto him, he struggles under the weight. But he manages to...
Knees. Not your back.
Right. The least you're all associated with this, the better. Trust me, we'll be seeing you soon. Knees somewhat wobbly, he manages to bring the First Lord into the manor.
Tilt some. Keep the weight on one hip.
He desperately tries to, but nearly loses his balance.
Just scratches the ruff of feathers. Looks at Anastasia.
And she shrugs in response.
So, where do we go?
Hey, Jacques, do you happen to know if the young stay in his spare rooms?
Jock's like trying to leave, like shoo Serena. Just, you're welcome to get a hotel like anybody else who is staying. You now have permission to put it under the taps, Rosencratz. There are many hotels to choose from.
I'm certain the building I am in has more rooms.
Alright.
Given some of Zakina knows us amongst the Vitella, we should probably clean up sooner rather than later. As we're all covered in Iqbal's blood.
Fair.
We're looking a bit like a fucking mess.
Ishtar, I believe you have a spell perfectly for this.
How much Xeon you got? Or is it one of your free ones?
You referring to the one I used on Alexi? Just to make sure I'm looking at the right one.
I mean, you have a variety of spells, all perfectly suited to cleaning up and freshening up people.
Between the nobility
I don't
and
think
water.
anyone would appreciate me- I don't think anyone would appreciate me pressure washing them in the Rosencratz backyard.
What, you don't want to fire a hydrant off the Vikings? They're basically labs. Just take a hose to them.
Not behind the Rosencratz house. She'd sooner do that out by the crow's house.
Oh, we're not going near the crow's house. Fuck that shit. There's a cave under there they live in.
Sebastian tells the blood elemental to go back to the crows. That's their problem to deal with now. Doesn't know how summoning works.
Oh wait, if she can control blood, could she remove the blood that's on us?
Huh. I guess he turns. Remove Iqbal's blood that is covering all of us.
She gives a bit of a discordant sigh as she turns to you all, holding a hand out. You can feel as if someone is peeling glue off of your skin, the blood being pulled from your bodies.
There's that like
and,
slight shiver.
before it all kind of forms into this nice condensed ball in her palm before it sinks, melding with the rest of her form.
Thank you, miss. Just kind of like shuffles weirdly, looking at. Made of blood? Weird. Not the weirdest. And then immediately. I don't think I want to turn into blood. Just internal. You can see the momentary consideration of turn into blood? No, not turn into blood.
What piece would you even take?
Just a little cup, little Dixie cup full of blood.
I'm sure some of it's hardened.
But with that, he orders it to return back to the crow house.
She turns and floats in that direction.
It is their problem, though.
Just hear the screams of civilians a distance away. Just kidding.
And Ishtar decides, okay, since Vitella can apparently smell blood, looks at everyone and starts casting perfume on everyone. So everyone's body odor is fragrant, smooth, and pleasant. To try and cover up any smells of blood on them.
Tristable somewhere going, knife.
Well, I guess that probably will still take a bath, but it is appreciated at least.
I mean, at least y'all don't smell like blood and sweat anymore, so that's good.
There's that.
So, you guys head into town. You're far from subtle, as a majority of the town, so now, well, not majority, but like a good number recognize you.
That, and I think news would travel.
Oh, yeah. And
We're also kind of a weird mix. And Finwood has giant, like, 14-foot long wings.
And at least Sebastian then is still floating, because everyone's gonna be focusing on Finwith.
And we have one of those fancy armored knights with us. And the dragon wing girl.
Yeah, she's
A lot
not
of things.
important.
A lot of things to take away the attention from a man just kind of hovering slightly above the ground.
We're their sneak peek into Samael. Not even a part of them.
So as you all go back to rest and wash, what do you do, Anastasia?
It's been a long day. Might as well do a walk around the town before heading home to rest and bathe himself.
The walk is strange. It's getting more onto evening now, after all the events that have happened so far. The town is so surprisingly peaceful, despite everything that's happened. That epic fight you had not that long ago just seems irrelevant to the world at large. It definitely puts in perspective just how big the world is in comparison. That you can have a world-ending battle and then not even, half a mile away. Not world-ending, but, you can have an epic battle with a very powerful person and not even half a mile away, and everything is just... It's a Monday for some people. You're arriving now as the sky is taking an oranger hue.
He pauses before going inside to, for a few minutes, take in the orange sky before going inside.
As you go inside, you find pretty much the majority of your family is in the living area. Some of which are covered in bandages from their various injuries. Your sister looking over the moon with just how exciting things were, and your Uncle Decaball, nearby, just grinning and enjoying the moment with her. Your father is talking to your mother, who's looking worried sick, and as she sees you, you feel yourself just get targeted on as she comes marching up to you, as you wince, anticipating some kind of retaliation. You feel her gently embrace you.
There's a slight moment of shock before he does return it.
Anas, what am I going to do with you? Your heart was ripped out not more than a couple days ago.
In case you forgot.
And I feel fine.
I'm sorry, but you can't pull one over on your mother. There's no way you're perfectly fine after that. And look at this, she motions to your gear. Who gave you this stuff?
A friend. Someone was in need of armor, and I had an armor that would work for them. But that left me with a broken set of armor that I still have yet to get repaired. So they offered me this to use.
Anas, your father kind of comes marching over. You're not saying you delivered the Saban family armor to some outsider.
No, father, it's sitting in my room.
The two parents look to each other, and they return their gaze back to you. Then what armor are you talking about? Laurentiev kind of comes over here, and he is like, well, as much as everyone getting up on Anas is one of my favorite part-time activities, I think it's time that Anas told his family what he's been up to all these years.
Of course. With permission to take this off, this is a bit heavier than what I'm used to. If anything, it should be taken off and polished before I come out and tell the proper story.
Laurentiev leans back and folds his arms. No, I think this is fitting punishment for you, not believing in your family and keeping us all in the dark. You can go and relax once you've made amends.
Fine. He rolls his eyes and just joins the family and slowly tells the story. Including have mentioned where the armor he got came from and all of that. And how he's made friends with humans.
So from your journeys, is there anything you exclude?
The ring from the prison.
Besides killing Iqbal.
Anything prior to Rosencratz he mentions. Anything after starting to Rosencratz he does not talk about.
Are there any parts you embellish?
Lie.
This boy can't lie to save his life.
Definitely didn't get the knocked out by the Conspion.
That certainly
You know
didn't
what?
happen.
For Lauren Steve's enjoyment, he will embellish the fact that he got knocked out by a 20-foot tall bear.
Embellish in what way?
Just really going into detail how the impact of the paw caused him to suddenly smack and form a perfect outline on the wall. And then him going to defend someone and getting knocked out.
Do you
by that
embellish
blow
getting
as
your
well.
shit served to you by that lady in the tournament?
Embellish means more or less to lie.
He's not going to lie about this. He's going to over detail that fight in particular. He's not going to really mention too much about how he got his ass kicked in the tournament other than he lost. And he still had much to learn.
Laurentiev during this part gives a knowing smile, but he doesn't defame you much more than that. Mino definitely is abuzz with questions at every part. And even Trey honestly looks enamored by the story.
He is honest and said they did have their ass handed to him by an Arctic Chimera. And to give emphasis on kind of size and shape, he would manipulate his shadows to match all the creatures he's fought to give a good size estimate of how tall and large they were.
Hell yeah, Patella shadow puppets.
It's the closest thing he's got. He can't make any other imitations.
He's gonna be really popular with the kids in Rosencratz. Make a
There's
shadow
points-
dragon, make a shadow dragon.
Where your father attempts to step in to question you about, why you left and all that kind of stuff. And Laurentiev just kind of steps up and just tells your father to relax, let him finish his story, and we can burn him afterwards. once everything is said and done, your family all sitting there in front of you, and there's just this warm connection. I mean, you've always more or less loved your family. They've never been nearly as oppressive as Iqbal was to Radovan. But you've never seen them all just so earnestly happy and excited for you. Your father has a somewhat more sour expression, but by the end of it, he looks down, and then he looks at you, and he says, "My son, I do not agree with everything you've done. But you've definitely become a fine young man in the time that you've been gone. We'll talk of punishments later. For now, go get out of that armor. You look like a disgrace."
Yes, sir.
Can't wait till you have your awkward conversation with Trey about how he's a dirty little mage. Talk about a disgrace. He might not even be wearing armor.
Over the course of the next few days, you guys take the chance to rest, heal up, revitalize yourselves, and clean up. After a very long and perilous, 2 weeks, pretty much. Which is crazy to think that all this has happened in just 2 weeks.
God, Gehenna felt like forever.
It can be like that when you're fighting for your life every day.
Time's just fake. It was always night there. And in and out of the wake, there's no telling.
God, our internal clocks are gonna be so fucked up over these next few days.
Yes. Though during this period of time, Finwith and Alexi, you are interrogated about all the things you fought by Sebastian. He wants to know what you were up to.
When you first approach them just to talk, before you even get into the actual subject, you can see Finwith's entire body lock up as if he's excited and about to pounce, and then doesn't. But there's a moment where you can see the perfect arch of him grabbing for you. He restrains himself and proceeds to excitedly tell you literally everything he can remember, occasionally grabbing Alexi and rustling him for prompts on further details.
During that time, Ishtar will also explain everything to Serena as far as the whole demon deal, since she knows she's going to be grilling Arthur for everything he can hand on that situation.
She listens. It's a definite reprieve from what she has on her mind right now. So she'll listen intently.
Doc at some point definitely requests to make sure to check over the changes and ensure that there's no permanent damages or alterations that it looks like your body shouldn't be able to handle or could cause strain.
I do have one question. So none of you needed to take the deal, but you did?
It's hard to not feel weak in a group that's much more physically stronger than you. And there are times I felt like I didn't do much. And at the time I felt like in the wake it was probably what was probably going to help us the most.
To be fair, her newfound sights proved useful on multiple occasions.
Okay. I'll try to be a little lighter on Arthur then. She says with a sad smile.
Oh, no, you don't have to go light on him. I'm not sure if he let himself do it on purpose, but he got possessed by a succubus.
I was gonna say, Finwith actually leaves out some of the details of that. Told about, like, roughly the deal that had to be made. He just doesn't elaborate on what happened.
No,
Except that he does make one, like, commiseration of, like, it's a shame Alexi don't remember. Just
Yeah,
pats
Alexi
shoulders.
can't elaborate on what happened anyway.
Luckily, Arthur, he's been keeping distance a little bit. He understands that it's both a strange situation, because wants to help out, but also knows that he's going to get chewed out. But he's at least not there when you relay that part of the information. When you talk with the succubus again. Good thing he's not.
He's not still possessed, though, right?
No, she's gone. Hmm.
Okay. It sounds like you guys had quite the journey. But you all got back safe, and I'm happy about that.
Hmm. Nishar eventually just starts going in tears and just hugging Serena. I missed you while she was in the forest.
I missed you too. The sweater has come in handy, and she kind of shows it off. Or scarf, sorry. I don't know why I said sweater.
You're jealous of my very comfy one.
Also, I'm glad you didn't get to see the First Lord.
Why is that?
He's... And she goes on to explain the entire situation with the First Lord to Serena, and how he's content with his fate and choice.
That's kind of sad, actually. But you did come here and get to meet at least Anastasia, right?
They at least saw each other. I don't know if they talked or anything, though. But from the sounds of it, he didn't want his family having too much of a connection with him.
I can't say that I would know what to do in that situation. Admittedly, he's only got a certain amount of time he can see his family.
Now, here's a good question out of character. Do any of us drop that the world's ending in 20 plus years?
Finwith absolutely tells Sebastian that, according to a very powerful Lord of Shadow, that something called the Messengers will be arriving soon, and that the end of the world should be occurring in a couple decades. And for all of the superstitious that, like, Finwith is, you can only tell when he's, like, in a little panic over something. When Finwith tells you, it's like what people imagine the, like, stern Viking warrior who's seen hell and back looks like when they're facing down a fight. He says it matter-of-factly.
The most serious Finwith has probably ever looked.
Interesting.
No need to worry, though. We will stop it. I believe this.
I already assumed as much.
Not even the gods fight Ragnar. Well, they fight, but they don't win. Not supposed to. I don't know if the Fates will listen.
We'll have to change that then. I'm not finished with this world.
We can try. Even if we fail, make a good legend. Kind of puffs up a little bit. All the feathers.
It will be one hell of a fight, either way.
That it will be.
Oh, Doc, you were in the Amorous house. What's it like?
Immediate war flashbacks. His eyes just glaze over, staring into the middle ground. Hand tightens on like the pin where he's like taking notes on your new condition.
And she like waves a hand in front of him.
It just doesn't touch, but batters it away with a shoe. Miserable.
Saddening, I would say.
A spoiled rotten children. And like two with some type of moral backbone, I suppose. The rest of them are stray hounds taken in at large. Barely kept collared in their yards. I hate dogs. Grumbles.
They have potential to be good people.
Change is possible.
They see people as toys. Nobles, as is, can hardly be rather difficult to break through, he says with no dual tone, including himself, of course. And with ones that play at immortality, the lifespans where they continuously feed back this kind of behavior. If the work could be done, I'm not sure it's worth it. Depends on how many human casualties they leave behind them.
No, that's now Radvin's issue. At least he'll make an effort.
He still has to deal with the house as a whole. So I have put together some findings from our time in the Amorous house. Svina, I believe you have clear handwriting. I'll need you to write some out for me. I'll
Sure.
leave some with Radvin.
I could do that.
Now you. Gestures at Arthur. I know what's changed with her. Well, he like looks at your sternum for like 0.2 seconds. Just most. Now you.
What
Have
do
you come up with any stupid... Yeah, he just gestures at all of you.
Okay.
Don't get
So,
mad.
I need you to promise you won't, like... Because you already have a pretty strong reaction whenever I do anything. So, whatever you got, just tone it down. Alright?
I would highly suggest not sounding demeaning to me.
I just don't want to get, like, attacked here, but whatever. So, I'll start small.
As if I were so crass as to be an amorous deviant.
I can sense life up to a few hundred miles. That's a new one.
Just immediately is furious.
See, that's what I was saying. I said I
That
was
doesn't
starting
make
small.
any sense. What do you mean small? Hundreds of miles is not small.
I don't need food, water, or sleep at all. I am completely self-sustaining.
With what?
Key.
Of course. Of
He
course.
explains the process and how his energy just feeds everything for him and recycles itself.
That's the worst part is you could give the scientific reason why it works.
Well, my key supplies my cells with oxygen. What? I don't know. Dude just dumped knowledge in my head.
I did evolve the perfect antithesis to key.
Would that not kill you if everything that you are is fueled by it?
Not exactly. Well, now at least, my body means nothing.
Elaborate.
I only need my brain, my heart, and my lungs to survive.
Have you tested that? He looks like he's about to test it.
No, but I can simply reform unessential parts of my body out of energy.
Unessential.
Everything except those three.
You're not a lizard.
I don't know how that pertains to this,
Of course not.
but I don't bleed either. I can take pretty big wounds and just walk it off. So
He looks at Serena.
Serena just is looking on in horror at the descriptions he's giving.
Thank you.
And I'm guessing examples he's shared of.
the big one, he shows a pretty fucking bad scar on his shoulder where he was close to getting his arm removed.
Yeah, Doc actually goes over and can see that it clearly goes in a perfect cut through. It's just, you are an abhorrent abomination in the eyes of whatever gods there are.
Partially
Hey,
by the sun.
he writes something down.
Serena kind of blinks and seems to come back. Is this like, and was there anything else?
Please tell me it's something with those fake guns of yours and not your entire body's constitution.
Check over my things. Make sure.
Let me check my key abilities. Hold on.
I mean, I've come up with new ways to shoot people, but other than that, it's just, the issues with my key nemesis.
Nemesis.
That is what it's called.
What a ridiculous term.
I didn't name it.
And if he took it, he can also shoot magic out of the air.
I already had that, but
Oh, okay.
I didn't take the one that makes me incorporeal, and then I just shoot you with fucking ghost bullets as a ghost man. Because it does it to your energy. But other than that, it's just different ways I can shoot. I mean, I can shoot non-lethally now, but that was developed today.
I remember.
Yeah.
You mentioned. Well, I take back some, at least, of my incredulity towards the, what was it, Demon Core? Currently nestled somewhere. He's just doing it by himself now. Has been, I suppose.
I mean, everybody has the potential for this.
Oh yeah, he tried teaching me how to sense creatures. I don't think I can do it, so you should be fine.
It would take you a lot of effort, but you could. It's handy, honestly.
While it is, looks at her wings, I think I have a better chance of seeing things.
I mean, I guess. I just know someone's sneaking up on me from miles away.
No, you wouldn't know if they were sneaking up on you from miles away because they'd be miles away.
Yeah?
They wouldn't know you were there.
Unless they also know how to sense key.
He just turns back to the desk and just drops the book.
I kind of missed this.
Well, I'm glad one of us is getting some net entertainment out of it. Well, he looks over at Arthur, leering, too.
Oh. Hey, Jacques, do you still have the wine I left for you?
He goes, here's the war flashback glassy eyes again. No.
She finally told him.
Darn, Radovan helped me pick it out too. Guess I picked the wrong one.
He just thinks back to the intense paranoia of when that happened, and then to the reason why it's all gone, having to play servant. And is doubly so wounded by this. He straightens. Here's his throat. It was thoughtful of you. Thank you.
With the frequent trade we get from Gabriel here, I'm sure we can find something similar in one of the shops.
Richard's not allowed to be here. Doc can't take a third hit now. Like, Demon Core, bad. Nemesis, terrible. Almost nothing is keeping Doc from murdering this man at any given moment. Why is Richard in this room with us? Does Serena let him?
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay.
Serena does look and is like, did anything interesting happen with you, Richard?
No, not particularly.
Thinks about the Necro Golem.
That's every day for him.
No,
Not
he
every
wishes
day.
that were every day for him.
It's something that he's like, man, that was great. Too bad I'll probably never do it again.
F in chat for him. But yeah, Jacques just gonna. I'm sure Radovan could get a handle on it.
Actually,
So I'm
is-
perfectly happy not seeing the family crest drifting around.
Okay. Is there something you would prefer differently then? I'm afraid I'm no expert on alcohols.
You can see the look of, oh, really? Just a moment where he shakes his head. No, thank you. If I require a drink, I will find something befitting.
You have to at least allow me to get you something every once in a while. And it helps if I know what you want.
I appreciate the gesture. Save your gift giving for Serena Radovan.
Your family too.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. As he internally prickles on the inside.
I couldn't
As
even
a-
get stuff for Arthur if he required it anymore.
Well, I'm sure he can still partake.
Yeah, I can. Do you have to make any, like, is this a system where getting drunk requires you to make resistance checks?
Yep.
Maybe a little harder now, but...
Arthur takes a sip of
Hold
water
on.
and begins drowning.
Noah told me I can choose to fail them. I understand game mechanics now.
I just developed a key ability that lets me see my stat block.
Oh shit, I can look at other people's. Hey Doc, did you know you're insufferable is stabbed immediately? Did you know you're vulnerable to venom? I hate this family.
Rules for drinking in Anima. I think we've done it before, but so you know. They normally have like a DC 80 venom resistance. Every drink you take within the hour increases the DC by 10.
Oh, God. Arthur's a fucking lightweight.
Yeah, got that venom poison.
It's a bit better now that it's a 55 check.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, you have a 55 in your VR?
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be completely honest, subtract, let's see.
that would be 20 less before I, divide it by 2. So it's actually lower without Elan.
He took the disadvantage. He's very susceptible.
I could kill you so easily.
Yeah,
Holy fuck, you would die.
yeah.
Like
You're the
if,
single counter.
if I applied the blood to the dagger and stabbed you with it, you can't roll high enough. With 100, you would still die.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You're Arthur's counter. Like, that you're the one keeping him in check. You were gone, and now he developed Nemesis.
Actually, no, technically, I think you could survive if you rolled an 80 or up. You would be just close enough to not fail by 40.
Horrible odds.
Yeah. Anything below that, you just insta-die.
Jesus.
The doc holds your life in his hands. With gloves on.
Oh, I did a little test roll, and I survived.
And then he stabs you again because he has
I
4
died.
attacks.
Yeah, then I died later.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Don't ever touch Doc.
Yeah, whenever you, showed it off, he always backed away. He's like, I don't want. He's also scared of it. He's scared of Venom.
Rightfully so.
I just forgot how bad it was. It wasn't, so big of a difference because our presences were, so low then. So Doc's DC was really low. But it's just skyrocketed. Just him touching you, a hand on your shoulder is a 95 to pass.
Oof.
Yeah. It's a 165 if he stabs you with a bloody dagger.
Jesus.
After a few days' time, you guys receive a missive from a mail carrier inviting you all to an inaugural dinner at the Rosencratz household. It is for the next evening.
Is that both groups or just one of the groups?
Everyone.
If Richard pulls the whole stunt with he's going to wear the ugliest outfit to the inauguration, Ishtar's not going to have it, and she's going to give him fancy ass clothes.
Given all the work that's been put in for the city, everybody should arrive in fitting fare, including the Goldarians. Was it both Goldarians? He looks at Serena, who cares enough to know things about people, even when they're not her party.
I don't know if I should go.
Or not. You have been invited. Rather has a particular fondness.
I killed his father, Jock.
He would have done it too. Any one of us would. It is unfortunate that the family could not come to an agreement. But he was going to kill hundreds and hundreds, and eventually thousands and hundreds of thousands, perhaps one day even millions of people, for the betterment of his own. You have saved each and every one of those lives that would be taken.
I didn't hold back, though.
You couldn't have known it would be enough. We didn't know the extent of his abilities.
That's not the reason. Even then I would have held back, but I didn't.
Couldn't any of us if we killed him. I can only imagine how much worse it would have been if Anastasia or Radovan had the killing blow. Because their family. But I get how much it hurts. But I'm sure Radovan would still like to see you there.
You don't understand. I didn't not hold back because I wasn't sure if like it was gonna work or not, or if any of that. Another person took control of me again.
He sighs and I apologize. Even though I was able to prevent you having to dirty your hands before, it must have still been difficult. And I apologize that I did not realize and intervene before. Someone should have spoken to you at length about it. And so I apologize twofold for not seeing it again. And being unable to prevent it this time.
It's not your fault.
It does not matter. I do not the same anyway.
I appreciate that you stepped in when you did. I haven't talked about it because it's not one of my better moments. I legitimately thought that it was an okay thing to do at the time. And I know that not everybody with magic does these things, but I've seen it twice now where somebody abuses the power to do so. And it's scary. I don't hold a grudge against anybody who can do magic. Radovan can do magic apparently, but he didn't want to abuse it either. Neither did his sister. Neither did you. It's just... it's hard realizing that there's no way that we can prevent people from being able to abuse it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking in circles, really.
Well, all we can do to try to prevent it is how people are raised with good morals and have a good head on their shoulders. And maybe do something like what the college is doing. Having plenty of people willing to walk you through stuff, encourage you, tell you when something's too much. I don't know if Iqbal had that growing up. He might have just felt that only he could do what could be done.
Power has a hold over people, whether you're born into it or obtain it later. There will always be people who will move to abuse power. Your only hope against it is to remain good people in the four. And she gestures to Ishtar, kind of seconding her point. And to make sure that the people you support in power are held accountable. And when they cannot be, you do as Radovan did. Regardless of the danger to yourself or to the emotional burden. Someone has to give, as it is them or everyone they build their castles atop. Being raised in an ivory tower or a gilded cage is complicated. There's only so much you can teach from that perspective. Only so much you can understand looking down. It requires talented and earnest people, and she gestures towards you, Serena, to bridge that gap, if it can be bridged.
What do I say to Radovan, though?
Ask him if he holds it against you. Let him speak for himself rather than deciding for him.
You're right. I owe him that much.
I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
I hope so.
What?
You got super quiet. I think you're having some more issues.
The muffle thing again.
Am I?
I have no clue what's up with this headset.
Oh, that fixed it. So, whatever you did.
We're buying your bitch ass a new headset.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we'll do with our tax return. Just get Susanna mic to attach to the desk next to her head. You just swing in.
Suzanne, I want to hear your role playing. We'll get you something nice. Anyway.
Once the mood from all of that talk with Serena dies down, Ishtar just looks at Jacques. So what does one wear to an inauguration dinner? I don't think Radovan covered that in his lessons with us.
Claps his hands together. It would only be proper, given we might not be the only ones invited, so we should appear fitting. A dinner in the noble house. He looks over all of you in very clear, if a little over-dramatized, distaste. We have so much to fix.
Oh.
At least he gave us a day to do so.
Oh.
And with you, I'm not playing Radovan's games. We're just going to get you clothes.
Can I just wear
No,
things you got me? Why? Like they're
because
not.
some of them are hideous.
They're expensive.
You look like you're a stable boy, mixed with a butler.
Isn't that what a lot of nobles look like?
No, not at all. He kind of like leers for a moment, and you just can feel the like shift. So he just, do I look like a stable boy mixed with a butler?
We should go get those clothes.
There's a moment where he considers things. I'm going to make sure whatever neck on your shirt and suit is the most uncomfortable thing you've ever worn for that.
I'll just develop an ability. Doesn't mean I need to breathe.
It won't be a matter of breath.
Well, if Arthur doesn't like the cozy guy's message, try to give some ones because he knows she has that spell.
Got the fancy clothes spell. Just hit me with it.
We're going to the same dinner. You're gonna wear the nice clothes.
Yeah. Just Arthur kind of grumbling, just like, I bet the other group doesn't have to deal with this.
Oh no, on the Rosencratz penny. Both groups. No. 2 of you are now associated with the rest of that rabble. Go on to fetch your little friends you've made.
Who goes talk to the other group?
So they would probably be with them at this point, just talking with Finn about the dinner.
They didn't catch the first part of that.
Oh, did they not?
Anastasia would probably
We
be with
can't.
the group by now, just chatting up.
I can hear them.
It finally did. There was just a weird delay in the Discord.
I mean,
Yeah.
the delay's been for a while.
Yeah. It's just hard to tell
because
sometimes
the
what's
first
becoming up.
time Suzanne said Anastasia, it didn't come through.
Oh, okay. That's awesome.
How about now?
For now.
For now, yeah.
The other characters with the group.
Didn't catch the last part of that.
Vale knows the struggle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, we all know the
Veil
struggle.
paused. Veil paused. Veil paused. Veil paused.
I literally don't know what this issue is. Whether it's a mic issue. No, because we traded headsets once before and it is still happening.
Weird.
Is the part the issue?
Might be.
Possible.
Or it's what Alex recommended it. I mean, just, yeah, that's
Is there another input? Is there another port on yours? Because mine has a couple.
Mine only has one.
I'm hearing some kind of interference when you have your button pressed.
Do you want to try voice activity and see if it works better? Or it might make just the problem easier to hear.
We'll see. Well, it's on voice activity now. We'll see what happens.
Well,
There's the
then
delay,
focus
but
on-
we can hear you clearly.
Yeah, you're audible.
The hard part is I'm gonna come over Suzanne's mic if I raise my voice by a certain decibel. I'm so
We-
loud.
We can deal with this. Just a little short amount of time. We'll get this fixed.
Now you may RP your little heart out.
I've already said what needs to be said. Other characters with other group right now chatting.
Sebastian's still going over the things that have happened. He at least probably now gets to his side where he explains being a butler and the fact that everyone in his team got found out before he did. And he's
You win
still
then, right?
undercover. What was that?
You win then, right?
I assume so. If it is a competition.
Well, good job.
Been discovered.
Speaking of which, wouldn't Lady Lily be worried that you're not there these last few days?
Not my concern.
Fenwick just kind of cringes a little. It's like, well, based on what you told us, seems to really like you, yeah?
Yes.
Because you don't, automatically judge her like other people do.
That's what she said.
She cares what you think. So, if you think mean or don't think about her at all, that'll hurt her feelings.
He looks at you blankly.
It's really mean to do to people. It's bad for talking to people, and people won't want to help you again if you hurt them. So if you keep being nice and friends with them, then anytime you ever need help, you can come back to them.
Gotta talk it on Sebastian terms. I gotcha.
So keeping that good relationship could benefit me in the future.
Yeah. That's what making friends is for. If you have friends everywhere you go, then you always have somebody you can rely on. Most friends don't even want anything back except you to be nice and care sometimes about them. Some like gifts or spending time together. And the people who do want things out of you, I mean, you don't mind, but like, you don't have to be friends with people like that. But you're like that, kind of, so I guess it's not a... He just decides you don't need to cut toxic people out of your life. What are they gonna fucking do to you?
I'll consider speaking with them later.
I mean, we do have this inaugural dinner that we can go to, so you'll probably be speaking to them there, yes?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, like you should ask something about how her and her family are doing. So like, they were in the fight, right? The other two that weren't the Servants were from her group.
Yes.
That'd be Donovan interest of all.
Yeah, so you should ask her if her clanmates were alright after the fight. She'd appreciate that, I bet.
I will ask them that.
They
Yeah,
also
sure.
seemed like very capable fighters, so maybe we could spar with them eventually.
No, they seemed kind of flimsy compared to the other ones. Might just be the armor, though. Southerners love armor.
I don't know, that sword Trosteval was carrying looked pretty interesting.
So I wasn't paying a lot of attention. I
He
was
got them
having
to
my own
describe
fun.
the weapon Trosteval had.
Oh.
It's definitely different. Interesting way to learn how to fight it.
I mean, I guess I don't use weapons, so
No, but imagine the fun of being on the receiving end. Trying to figure out how to dodge it.
oh no, it'd be fun. You could grab it and then just smash them on either side with it.
So we get to finally meet your family as well, right? And he pats Anastasia.
Oh yeah, the Serpents are gonna be immediately like all the feathers blow up, the eyes go whoom.
Speaking of which, what are y'all wearing?
This.
Yeah, this.
I do have my nicer clothes if I need to, but it is...
Oh, you gotta wear the pelt. Gotta show off the Arctic Chimera belt.
Right. Sebastian has that, though.
He has it. He's currently wearing it. He's back to his normal long coat.
I mean, we all beat it, so all of us deserve the honor of it. So it can be anyone, but it's important to show. He puffs up some.
Agreed.
I wasn't there for the Arthur Chimera, but I appreciate that you believe I was.
No, he was referring to the three of them. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
At least we know you can take down an Arctic Chimera.
Hey, you said that you fought one before.
Yeah, he did.
So.
Yeah.
Or was it a matriarch?
That I do not believe so.
Gotta fight a matriarch.
Agreed.
They're super fast.
Which reminds me, we do need to spar each other again sometime. It has been a while, and I've been meaning to spar you and you. I've at least fought you before, but you've gained some rather interesting things since then.
Yeah, Finwood just points at Anastasia and just, we need to fight.
Oh,
I want to beat you up in your own backyard. Lauren Deeve can join. I'll try and beat him up, or we can both beat you up. He'll be training. I can show you some of the fun new ones.
You just want to give my brother another reason to laugh at me when there's a permanent indent of myself in the ground.
He just kind of like sinks slightly. Looks a little guilty, but mostly like really entertained that it came up. Just, family.
We'll see. I've picked up some even more interesting abilities while you were gone.
Oh, what can you do? He asks for Sebastian.
He's leaning forward a little more.
He's like, give me a few minutes. I'm still learning how to use it.
And then eventually he just turns into mist.
Okay, that's really, really cool. I mean,
And then-
probably not very fun to fight because, like, there's nothing to hit.
Then he reforms behind you.
Wait, can you hit people? His, like, head actually, like, unnaturally, like, turns a little too far. Thanks to the owl. So he just turns his head to look at you after the momentary startle.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I can hit. I'm all the reason to spar. I have to figure that out.
No, alright.
Takes a few more minutes, and then he just suddenly warps to the other side of the room again. But not as mist. He just is suddenly there.
Nice.
Didn't get to test this one out on the battlefield, unfortunately.
That's not gonna stop me from hurting you.
No, but it might let me dodge a bigger blow.
Yeah.
All of these abilities seem quite helpful.
Mm-hmm. And you're not wearing that to the dinner.
Why?
You've been the presence of Lady Lilia. She expects you in better clothing. If you want to keep
Why?
up appearances and airs, you will look better than that.
I don't know, maybe she would be, like, charmed by you being like, nah, I don't care what people think extra.
I have said you are all my friends.
Oh.
And as with you two, I already know what you're going to wear, and I know there's no arguing with you. Him, on the other hand, he needs to learn.
Will this keep up me possibly being able to ask the Vitala for help later?
Yes,
Alright, I will do
as
so.
they are nobles.
Nobles and their strange rules. I've learned enough about.
Not all of us are bad.
The strange rules still apply.
Some of you southern nobles are capable of fighting, so I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, did you ever get to fight that shadow elemental you were talking about?
No. But I made a promise and I will fight him someday.
I'm certain you will fight him one day.
I'm assumed Anastasia was caught up on the whole world ending in 20-some years or so. And also the city eventually coming to appearance.
Yeah, when they do their tales, Fenwick will inform them as well. I'll natter on about it.
There's just probably even a moment where Finwith and Alexei are begrudgingly where they had to pass one of the enemies that they weren't allowed to go and fight.
Star kept making me feel bad.
She was worried about you from the sounds of it.
Well, no, she was like, we're all gonna get hurt if we go fight it. We can't avoid it, so we should. And like we'd gotten hurt a bunch before, so it was like, fine, we'll just go around it. And then everything went to shit, but like was also still kind of fun anyway. But then like she was all upset because I hurt Alexei, and I have to be careful using the Ignis one. Get a little away from myself.
To be fair, sounds like you all have been through a lot. And from the looks of her, I don't think she's been through anything that drastic of a change. But from the sounds of it, she was genuinely worried about all of you. That's why she was advocating so much for you not to get hurt.
Well, at the end she just kind of looked scared of me.
She didn't look scared of you when you got back.
No, I wasn't using
she looked happy.
anything.
Then why don't you talk with her?
He just huffs heavily. It's like, doesn't matter anyway.
Didn't you just explain to me that I needed to talk to Lilia?
He like pauses and he looks really confused for a moment before he looks over at Sebastian. Were you just... No, you're not actually, but like you were thoughtful.
We might need their help in the future.
That's really weird. Like all the feathers begin to like slowly rise. He looks like slightly disquieted but proud at the same time. It's a really conflicting feeling. He's like, yeah. She's not avoiding me now, so I guess I'll apologize. He just still gives Sebastian a weird look. Working on it.
I could try talking to them. I could break the ice at least before you jump in there.
He just groans at that and is like, you think you're funny.
Only sometimes.
And you are.
I don't get it.
Because Frost Collier, so like, he's got all the ice stuff, and like, one of his like things is he actually like shatters the ice, so he's breaking the ice, but like, talking to people break the ice.
It is a little less funny when you have to explain.
Yeah. But I mean, we have to explain it to him, or else he's never gonna learn.
It is interesting. Her scales almost seem to match that of a frost dragon. At least from the stories I've read, so might be even more fitting than you think. For a joke.
Did you guys learn from them, or just cold mountains?
Unfortunately, I didn't get to see great monsters growing up. I only had storybooks.
Well, we've certainly been changing that one, huh?
We still have yet to fight a dragon.
Not super all it's cracked up to be. Just kind of
Still be an interesting fight.
Yeah. We can go fight the blue one, maybe. We go see if Claude's around somewhere.
We still need to figure out also what those wings came from.
He nods. Man, that guy had like a really cool throne. Like, I don't like thrones, but like it had so much cool stuff on it. He just sighs. Alright, well. I guess I should preen my feathers as he like flips out the wings. So I look good for your southern nobles. He just cackles to himself for a moment before he gestures at Sebastian. I guess you can have him and go put him in whatever you guys wear.
Definitely, especially if he's going to keep his connections.
We will need to start soon. I need you to explain how all of this works.
I will do my best. And I'm fine with you guys dressed as you are. If anything, you'll probably impress my siblings more.
He looks delighted at that thought. And if you want, I can help you make some new hide armor. But with the whole, like, singeing it all.
I suppose I should probably not necessarily keep the armor you gave me. I should find a replacement.
Well, you're free to use it now until you need to. I think I'll keep borrowing that armor Ishtar let me use. If anything, it's probably going to be useful wherever we go.
Well, it's not like she can wear it. Actually, I don't think any of their little group can wear it. They're kind of tiny.
That's a good question. Can Finn with like sneak like a tiny scale off the armor and utilize? Just kidding.
Give me one of the pieces of like one of the gauntlets. I could just get Black Dragon. No. Gotta earn it. Or be given it. But like for something. It's gotta be earned.
Well, you also remember part of your magic is you have to see the creature in action in some
Yeah, he doesn't know what they
fashion.
do. Except grow scales. He knows that they grow scales. So he could probably grow scales.
I don't know if black would be your color, though. You may have to change the color.
What? Changing? No. Anything's my color. I look good in everything, I'll have you know. I'm a delight.
I will not argue that. Though I think the Arctic Chimera pattern on the wings has been my favorite so far.
It is pretty nice. I wish I could keep it up for longer. It's just exhausting.
Yeah. Alright, enough stalling. You're going shopping with me. As he carts Sebastian out without touching him.
He follows. He follows willingly. He's asking you questions the whole way. He's gonna look fucking immaculate for this. Everything is going to be pin perfect.
Doc's just like wipes one tear. What do you mean you didn't even have to fight him on it? God, I wish that were me. I wish I had so willing a subject to just behave.
He also still remembers everything you've taught him before.
Yep.
So
there's a difference now that you aren't the one below in power. But you have Anas to teach you that much. So, both parties have their shopping spree, except for Alexi and Fenwith, who get freedom vouchers over the, what are you gonna do? Make me wear it? Come take this hide off me. See what happens.
I like the idea of little shopping montage, asking the Fenwith and Alexa, like, "Oh, can you put it on?" Like, no, nope, like, nope, not going to. And then
do they even have the sizes fit for?
Yeah, I was actually about to make the joke of like Fenwith like gestures at it. It's like launch every button off those things.
Like
It's gonna be another kid swap scene.
cutting over to like actually in town shopping. It's both like Jacques and Arthur shopping along with Sebastian and Anastasia. It's trouble for Jacques, obviously, pinching his brow, just annoyed, looking over, seeing the other group, seeing how fucking helpful he is in actually going along with everything, picking things out of his own that are right. You just see Arthur holding up like some random hat.
No, you're not wearing a hat. As soon as we would walk in, you would have to hand it over anyway.
Oh, that's true.
Puts the fez away.
Actual pain.
No, you don't pair a striped jacket with plaid pants.
Plaid pants.
That would be the mix Arthur would go for.
Yeah, I found some what I think are classy patterns. Walks out in plaid.
I don't know. I feel a weird like pull towards this leather and denim. I don't know why.
Leather, denim, and plaid. You look like a confused lesbian. Put it all back.
I want to see Jacques describe Paisley to Arthur.
You'd actually have to, because I don't know what that is.
Even better.
Some of the best moments in this campaign is Alex going, "Julian, I know what that is." Googles.
You're throwing it around so casually, like, oh yeah, everyone knows what that means.
Because everyone else did.
Yeah, y'all are the weirdos.
Suzanne was homeschooled until she was in high school, and she knew what Julian did was.
I didn't pay attention in school.
Like, how do you not live your life without like Paisley is a super common pattern.
Oh yeah.
Like it's used on everything. It's that like it's that
I'm
teardrop.
Either.
It's like the teardrop thing that has like all the little extra fluff and like ornamental stuff on it.
Oh, it's this shit.
Yeah, it's ugly as sin.
Yeah, it looks like awful. I know what this is. I didn't know it had a name.
Yes, pretty much every pattern and like clothing style, fabric style has a name.
Impossible. There's too many.
I'm just gonna take you into a Joann's and just release you into the wild.
Give him $5 every time he guesses a pattern correctly.
I'd explain in Friday game what a bolt was.
A bolt?
Really?
Like a bolt of silk or like a bolt of like linen.
That kind of bolt.
Yeah.
I mean, still, but
Yeah.
like, English is a weird language.
I knew what that was then. I was right along with Vale going, yeah, guys, come on. Everyone knows what a bolt is.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone. They're big.
Sometimes they're round. Sometimes they're not as round.
I know what cheese is.
Ridiculous. I've
I've heard
heard
of
of it.
cheese. That's
To
I've
be
heard of
fair, I
cheese.
only know what a bolt is because every MMO you craft bolts of linen.
Yeah, so it's just
I've never played a game where they were called bolts. There was always just called cloth or yard or whatever.
I can honestly imagine a shopping trip with the 4 of them. Just being Anastasia looking at Jacques like, do you want me to answer this one or do you want to?
What if you answer wrong? He's not sure which is worse. The emotional damage of explaining and hearing further questions, or hearing somebody else explain it and prompt further questions. Either way, it is a painful experience. But Jacques will see it done. If he buys any... No, he's not... No, we're past... It's not the Emeralds. Could be worse. No alcohol this time.
Hopefully Radovan is polite enough to leave you on the opposite side of the table of Donovan and Tristobal.
Oh, what? So they can stab me down the whole time? That's going to be
At least they're
exciting.
not trying to stab you.
I will have to leave my weapons behind.
Yes.
Actually, after the combat, I think I might actually be able to take them. I'd prefer not, but... Tristobal might actually, if he is a carrion, have some type of resistance to effects like my own, considering. Irregardless. Donovan is the one who would come across the table, I feel. Yeah, so long as he's the one losing face.
the noble battle.
They're just like waiting for one of them to throw down the glove for a duel.
Hey, on a positive note, with an inaugural dinner, there's a very good chance Rune will not be there, so Doc doesn't have to look at him.
Oh, I would hope there would be no deviants. If I catch that one snide little monster.
You make it sound
It's
like Rune is extremely horrible.
dead. He looks at you, through you, with just a moment of sincere hate before it cools, and he's like, I loathe him.
Enough, I have yet to meet him.
The deviants are all savage animals, barely held back by any trappings of nobility. Perhaps you can teach them some civility.
Don't think if I'd be the best example. I think Donovan's
Oh,
idea
it's a
works.
low bar. Perhaps they can reach it, and then climb steadily upwards. Not your fault, of course. You are intended to be a knight. I doubt you would enjoy being the trappings of a noble.
There's some things I enjoy about it. The rest of it, I think I'm actually liking traveling like a common person. There's some interesting aspects I get to see from it.
He just sighs. He picked up snakeskin boots.
He's also trying on a jacket that's obviously a little too long for him. The sleeves are a bit too long.
I'll get the boots away if you get the jacket off of them.
So don't worry with any type of jackets over top. You'll have to have that tailored to fit anyway. I'll pick something out based on the rest.
Anastasia picks up the boots, and snakeskin is out of fashion.
I just like the pattern.
Not to an inaugural dinner.
I do find it funny that it's just a lot of like Arthur, like, oh, I'd kind of like this. It's like, no.
You're wrong for liking it. You do not like it. Oh.
Meanwhile, Sebastian comes back with like perfect, like just everything needed. He got a description from Anastasia, knows what to get. He has it all. It fits perfectly, and he just returns.
There is probably at least something where he's like, technically that's been out of fashion for probably about 10 years, but Rosencratz is so backwards at the moment that it really doesn't matter.
I will.
It will probably be in fashion.
I will at least dress to impress these nobles.
So I am
If
curious. I
some
can't quite
of them.
guess the color for him. Do you think this color he's wearing works, or would you suggest another one?
Well, I mean, his previous color was red.
Well, for us, are obviously warmer tones. For Sebastian, I'm not sure if red's a good idea. Makes your skin look too pale, sallow. Perhaps a classier shade of blue. Comes across with the cool intellectual aesthetic. But yes, they do their shopping trip. I could bitches shop forever, so.
So, excuse me. With enough time for you all to get at least manageable outfits together for everyone.
It's gonna be awful too, because we already know from the dinner that all of them are like super behind the times and they're like formal wear too. It's gonna be painful. Except for Radovan.
It's going to be discordant no matter what you do.
Well, especially when he finds out. Wait, where's the two big ones that follow you around?
They refuse to wear anything fashion-wise for an event.
Man, Anastasia tossing them under the bus after explicitly being like, "You guys are fine." Oh no, they didn't. They said they wouldn't change.
He also knows he's with the asshole. And the asshole is more of a noble than the other two are. They're fine. They believe where they're from, high quality furs is high noble quality. Let them have their fun. They will embarrass themselves if that is what happens. With my luck, my family will just appreciate them more.
It's fine, I'm not associated with them. Except by terms of race, I suppose. Which is damning enough.
The worst part is Alexi's a noble, but the way that it works in his place is that you're a noble by merit. Yeah, you're a noble by merit, not by your lineage.
Yeah, if your whole family's noble, it's because you're all a bunch of impressive ass warriors.
Sebastian agrees completely with Fidwith and Alexi. Like, they're fucking right, but he'll do whatever if impressing these nobles means he gets their help later. That's future allies that he can work with. So, Jay was explained to him in his language.
It's like we humanize Sebastian bit by bit, but also make him even worse of just a heartless logical machine, as he better understands how to manipulate people. We're fighting against our own progress.
Alright, I also need to get ready now that the shopping's done, so I will see you all there.
Understood.
So, eventually the time comes. And late in the evening, about 10 p.m. or so, you guys make your way to House Rosencratz.
Jacques just does not make eye contact with the Vikings and their furs.
Is Finwith still in a beast shape?
Yes, he's still the owl one.
Perfect.
It's his prettier shape, at least he thinks.
Still floating.
Especially because, like, the russet feathers, they match the strawberry blonde, like, near red hair he has, so. I think I look good. Look at all my sleek feathers. My cool wings.
As you guys are heading there, you guys notice something peculiar. You see carriages coming into town. And upon arriving at the doorstep of the Rosencratz Manor, you see Vitella you're not familiar with, exiting
Oh, no.
these carriages and entering into the building. Some of them casting you the odd side glance.
I mean, if they're all wearing dated as fuck clothes, Doc's just...
They're wearing like the Victorian, gentlemanly attire.
They're a little
Some have
behind.
the top hats and some have
Oh
the...
no, not the really tall top hats too. Gotta have at least the short ones.
There's a menagerie.
Hmm.
And as you all enter in, the building is full, the table gone. There seems just to be like a pedestal at the front. And it's a large number of Vitella, maybe 50 or so. Or no, at this point it'd be like 70 or so, yeah.
Fenwith is just hovering over Anastasia's shoulder. Which one are yours? Wait, where's Laurentief? Starts
Looks through
looking.
the crowd, trying to find his brother.
He just like hauls you up a couple inches to look with him. Before he goes, oh, right, and like sets you back down so that the talons don't rip into your clothes. But he doesn't have like super long ones right now.
A good number of the odd Vitella, or the out-of-town ones, give you all, like, a proverbial stink eye.
Doc judges them all
eventually you
as
see your
backwater.
clan.
They're over there, Fenwith.
As soon as he makes eye contact with Laurentief, there's a... Louis out just a little bit. Can't really extend him in here. With 14 feet, he's gonna knock people the hell over.
As you are all getting in, suddenly the lights in the place change dramatically. And out in front steps the First Lord. I know for many of you, it has been a long time since I've appeared before you. Many of you might not even know exactly who I am. My name is Lord Corvus Urbanites. He bows slightly. The First Lord of the Vitella. You've all been gathered here today for the inauguration of 3 houses into the blood houses. Now, due to recent changes, House Radu has unfortunately been dismantled. And thus, with the additions of House Amoros, House Serban, and House Rosencratz, from this day moving forward, you shall all be known as the 13 Blood Houses. Furthermore, this will be an introduction to a knightly family as being recognized as a house proper, due to the Serban's tireless efforts in exemplifying what it means to be honorary knights and nobles by their own right. Well, I think the Vitella in general have a lot to learn from them, and I hope this will not be the last time we'll introduce a main house of noble knights. But now, I'll go ahead and turn things over to the head of House Rosencratz, who has many more interesting inaugural events planned. As he motions and Radovan kind of takes the stage. Hello and welcome all to what I believe is going to be the start of something truly revolutionary for the Vitella. I'm sure many of you nobles of other houses are aware of the goings-ons of Rosencratz. How the city has managed to gather 3 main vampire families and keep them all organized and respectfully given their own bits of policy making and organization in the city. Furthermore, I have gone through great lengths to expand our city and diversify our populations, including many of the hidden races throughout Gaia. This transition will be slow by mortal standards, but I'm sure before even our next generation, Rosencratz will be a beacon of a new way of living for Vitella and mortal alike. In addition, we have come up with some help from some mortals, he smiles over at Serena and Jacques, a new way of ensuring more than enough sustenance for Vitella. Turns out that mortals are more than willing to give up some of their blood to earn some money. And given a city's significant enough size, we can more than supply for much less than the standard rates per gallon enough vitae for us to sustain ourselves, including several mortal doctors have come up with a new revolutionary way of sustaining blood stores to exist well beyond the preconceived congealing points. And thus, blood kept in proper storage means that even under surplus, we will not allow any of it to go to waste. I have also spoken with the members of House Saban and have formed a new form of nightly group to act as rule enforcers and law enforcement within our city. No longer entitled and dutied to protecting just the main houses, but instead left with the management of safety and security for mortals and Vitella alike. In this way, I believe that they have earned their own place amongst us noble houses, as they will not be beholden by anyone's own decision but their own, without to best provide their duties. Now, due to the general mood of the room, I can tell that some of you have found our less than noble compatriots. First of all, I would say that you're incorrect. These individuals are noble as much as any other, willing to put aside their own better interests for our sake, as well as other mortals. So, they have been invited here today as guests to this new era of Vitella and mortal. I don't want a word for it. Cooperation. Now, for those of you who assume that this means that we will be giving up any mayoral or other political positions, I will assure you that our current agreements with Samael is that any cities of Atella who are willing to accept the refugees of the lost races will be given the proper position of mayors of their cities. In exchange, we will be allowed to keep our nobility in our position forever as long as we treat other races with the same respect that we treat ourselves. I'm sure some of you disagree with this. And thus I ask you, watch City Rosencratz. I'm sure in a century or two you will find that the way we live is most profitable and most beneficial to the Vitella. So, as a further representation of the efficacy of our new way of living, there should be more than enough drinks for everyone who has come here this long distance to sustain themselves, and will even be providing you with some for your trips back home. All this willingly given as donations for a pittance to the mortals. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. So, welcome to the new city Rosencratz. And I bid you all have a wonderful night. And bows and smiles. With that, the lights kind of return back to their normal, dim though they may be, affair, and everyone is kind of left to meander, talk, and socialize.
Anastasia looks at Finwith. I'm sure you don't need my help mingling with my brother. If you'll excuse me.
Alright. Just pats on top of head and just moves past you.
Straightens hair before he keeps moving. Anastasia
My
will
party
go
members
over
are embarrassing me in front of the 11, 13 blood houses.
He goes over and congratulates Radovan.
Thank you. It's been a long road, and there's still much left to do. As he looks over, and you can see off to the side his mother and sister are standing there. Both of them less than jubilant. His sister kind of giving the 1,000-yard stare. Raven's eyes become downcast a bit. He turns back to you. You look good.
As do you. I'm glad to see someone else has picked up fashion sense. He glances back at his family.
Well, we must forgive our cousin. They are, well, they haven't been awake for a decade like we have.
Oh, I know. I completely understand. Doesn't mean I can't have some fun with it, though.
That's fair. In fact, a little poking and prodding, I'd imagine, would get them a little bit more motivated to go. I mean, you are one of the 13 blood houses now. The award carries a little bit more weight nowadays.
Yeah, I think Trey and Lauren are overdue for some new outfits. Unfortunately, I'm not as much of an expert as some other people in the city.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure all of Rosencratz will represent.
What's a threat?
I wanted to thank you. I know when we started this, it wasn't expressly said that you would be taking up a large part of the going on. And I was aware that I was going to be forced into torpor by my father. As much as I tried to resist. Thank you. For everything.
Cousin.
Well, I hope from now on our families can be, well, in time, more friendly with each other.
And I hope they will understand in time as well.
In a few decades, I'm sure.
I don't know. Molly is pretty stubborn, just like you.
Yeah. In any case, with this new appointment, I think you'll be less dutifully bound to our city.
From that standpoint, yes. Family may have another say in the matter, but
Well, I'm not one to talk about family approval, so.
Oh, I won't hog you all too much. I'm sure plenty of other people wish to talk.
Yes, I believe the Moore's family has been giving me the side eye. So I'll go and speak to them. But enjoy. You've earned tonight as much as I have.
So have your friends. They've also put in a lot of work. Especially the sacrifices some of them have made.
Yeah, I'll give them a long, honest talking to after this.
Ew. Doc, since does the motion incoming, just throws himself out the window, escapes,
On a
teleports.
positive note, he's not pairing Jakob with a noblewoman. Or anyone else.
No,
Because he
no
has
matchmaking.
preference.
Yep, there's only vampires here. We're safe.
Anastasia would eventually join his family. Ishtar just kind of sticking with Serena.
So who would
Finwit's
like to talk
already
next?
over there. Yeah, like bullying Lauren Teeb immediately.
Alexi probably followed Finwith.
Please tell me you two aren't causing any more trouble in my family.
He's like midway through, like immediately like swanned up. It was just, well, congratulations, I guess, on like the new thing with the house stuff. I guess that makes you like an officialer clan. I'm not sure how it works for you guys. The shadow thing was really cool though.
Thank you, and thank you. I appreciate it.
It was
Though,
fun.
to be fair, we were already more noble than, well, most houses were. At least how we act.
Oh yeah, no, you guys have way more honor. At least from what I hear.
I will have to agree. It is nice to see that a southern house, or southern nobles, finally recognize your accomplishments.
I do have to say, crosses his arms, you guys look a lot more, well, combat ready since we last met.
We fought so much stuff.
I'm jealous.
Killed a whole demon lord. That was fun.
Sounds like it.
Found the first lord, but everyone knows about that one, I guess. So,
What are you talking about? It is an amazing feat. If it wasn't for you, we would not be here right now.
wasn't too difficult. He's actually a really nice guy. We weren't sure because you know how southern nobles can be a little.
Oh, there.
He just hikes a thumb over his shoulder towards the rest of the room.
I am not sure if you know this, but he is your great
Great
Couple
something
great grandfather.
yeah.
Yes, I managed to talk to him recently.
Good, good. He immediately looks like pleased that at the thought of the First Lord's talking to family. Yeah, he was like alone in the middle of those woods for a really long time.
We were a little worried about him, actually. It is good that he is talking with family.
Immortals are so funny. I'm glad that you care so kindly for our progenitor.
He was nice. Why wouldn't people care back?
Well, that's fair, I suppose. I wouldn't find too many individuals who could be so worried for a man with as much personal power as he has. But
Still people.
he did say, and to let you all know as well, he's happy you all stopped by. And he'd like to talk to you again before he leaves the city.
Okay. The moment there made it sound like he left you to say goodbye, and that was going to be really rude.
No, he had a strong feeling you'd end up talking to me first.
He just looks at like Alexi and just like lower canted voice, even though they could all like have super sharp hearing. He's just like, not that predictable.
It was more... You talk very highly of Anas, so you were bound to talk to his brother first.
Right. So who's the rest of your family? I haven't heard like too much about them.
Well, they're around here somewhere. You know what? I have the best idea. Why don't tomorrow you all come over for dinner, and we can have a nice proper affair of it. And then you can tell us all the stories you heard or saw Anas do on his journey. I'm sure he would love that.
Be happy to.
We would not miss it for the world.
I take back anything nice I have ever said about you.
No. Just grins at us.
So does Monteith.
Oh, where did you see Trey go off to?
I don't know. There's a lot of people here. I'm sure you can find him if you look around. I mean, you two look the same.
Walk up to people. Have you seen me anywhere? Have you
Wait.
seen me anywhere?
Have you told us you have a twin?
Yes, he did mention that he had a twin.
No, that's
He
right.
just-
We did have that one at least.
Mhm.
Though he was also like, you didn't tell me you had a twin. So I'll
Yeah,
help.
he's around here somewhere.
Yeah, I know what you look like. Come on. Just
Alright.
swoops wing over. Don't worry, I'll leave you to talk to him.
Thank you.
It
Uses
doesn't
his
take long
superior height
before
scope.
you find that he's kind of just meandering around a bit.
Hey, Trey.
Oh, Anas and your friends. Nice to meet you all.
Name's Finwith.
Treyan. He bows slightly.
He just looks confused and nods. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Was there something you needed, brother?
I came to talk to you, and he looks up at Femwith. Don't you have someone to go speak with?
Oh, yeah, no. I can definitely find somebody to bother. He just pats
No,
again
no.
on Yep, he does it anyway.
I know he's like,
If
no,
you
no,
move
no,
out of the
Femwith."
hand, you move directly into the wing.
You need to go speak with her. Clear the air.
Oh. Wing. Slinks off. But leaves the twins. Your hair once again rustled.
Strains his hair. Which is now a mop at this point with how much Femwith has been rustling it, so he's kind of like pulling it back in a ponytail at this point.
We can't
Trey.
let you regress into edgy teenager.
Trey just waits patiently.
My apologies about that. They're a little enthusiastic about meeting my family.
That's fair. So, what did you want to talk about?
I just came to because I had a curiosity. I got to talk with the crows and they asked if I was interested in accepting their offer. For some reason, they confused me with you. And I'm curious what your standpoint is.
Yeah, Lord Amadeus came and spoke to me, and I've been thinking about it. I don't know what to do. I've always wanted to be a knight of House Serban. And I feel like, I mean, it just seems wrong to kind of throw that all behind just because I'm not any good at it.
Who says changing what you can do would make you any less of a knight? Going through the Heartless ceremony, it was more about a willingness to devote yourself. It's not about the fact that you can wield a sword, or the fact that you're bigger or stronger. It's about how much you're willing to dedicate, and giving yourself to that dedication. Doesn't matter. He points to the humans. If any of them fell into the knight category, it'd be all of them, because they all threw themselves into this dedication to help to make this happen. And all of them are completely different in terms of fighting. But no matter what you pick, I will support you no matter what. Though it would be cool as hell to see you throw magic, because that is something I definitely cannot do.
I really can't beat you, Anas. You're even starting to sound like Lauren Teeve now.
Who said anything about beating? You've already got one up on me by knowing magic. I've seen a lot of really interesting ways magic can be used. My option is just beating something until it goes down. Not as exciting. I can't set something on fire or blind it. Heck, I can't shapeshift like Fenwith can. Or throw ice like Alexi does. Though I think that's something different, but still. If anything, it makes House Serban a bit more unique. I'm sure having a magic knight would be very interesting.
Well, I'm still gonna give it some thought. I don't know. Magic uses have never really fit my ideal of what a knight should be. But if it's something I am good at, then maybe what you said is right and I can show my dedication another way. I mean, I can at least try. Plus, it would be nice to be able to do something that you or Lauren Teeve couldn't do.
I look forward to it. Whatever you choose.
Thank you, Nas. I'm sorry for being such a poor younger brother up until this point.
It's not like I was a better example. Leaving without trusting my family, despite the adventures I had, doesn't stop the fact of what I did. And that also makes me a bad example. But as long as we all learn from it, I think that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if you're curious about magic, I know 2 of Radovan's friends are magic users. Though I think one likes to talk your ear off about necromancy.
Oh, okay.
The other one's fine. They're not as fanatic as the crows, though.
Okay. still need to make a decision, but thank you, Nas. It means a lot.
All right, try to enjoy yourself. And he walks up in the crown to mingle with the rest of his family.
Next.
Alex, you haven't gone yet.
Let's wait to see if any of you had anything. But Sebastian needs to talk to two people. He scans the crowd, looking. Probably, I think, first would spot Serena, who he needs to speak to.
Oh
Seeing
no.
as you did come relatively together, yes.
Yeah. So Sebastian floats over. I need to speak with you.
Oh, sure. What's up?
He pauses. No emotion, no nothing, as normal. I require your assistance.
Oh,
You are skilled at talking to people and convincing them of things. I need to convince some people to work with me for no gain of their own. How would I best go about this?
well, how are these people to you? And do I know them at all?
You do know them. I do not know what to call them.
Oh. Would it be easier if we talk somewhere more private?
Sure.
It's very nice front gardens at the Rosencratz house.
It's true.
And probably other rooms.
She'll lead Sebastian outside. All right.
You guys step out. The air is nice and cool compared to the very warm room you guys just left packed full of people.
Oh god, yeah, it's packed. I can
That's
imagine.
fair.
Yeah, nice breath of fresh air. The grass is somewhat dewy from the natural humidity and the night air.
There's definitely a kind of deep breath from Serena, and then kind of lifting her hair a bit to air behind her neck. So, who are you talking about?
Anastasia, Alexei, and Finwith.
And you believe that you need my help talking to them?
Who are more knowledgeable of this than I am. I need to do something, and I would appreciate their assistance, but they would gain nothing from it.
I mean, if you think about it, didn't they just do, you included, just do something with an us that it was of no gain to?
The gain I had was making more contacts, meeting more powerful people, and doing this so we can get back on our travels. I benefited from this. I do not see how they would.
Was it something you knew you were going to benefit from? Starting out?
I thought it would be an unnecessary detour at first.
So what made you do it?
Seemed like the only path, and then you all appeared.
Well, admittedly, I've only been able to talk to you and Anastasia about stuff. To an to a bigger extent. But if I had to guess, they'd probably go with you if you asked them. If even just for an interesting fight in some cases.
So that's the angle you recommend.
There's no angle, Sebastian. It's... They see a kinship with you that maybe you don't see, which is fine. But I do believe that they'd be willing to help you. All you have to do is ask. You don't need to play an angle. You don't need to state what they're going to benefit from it. You don't even need to... Well, you should probably explain the situation at the very least. But I think they'll help you. You seem like that's a very unsatisfying answer.
He looks very slightly troubled as he like crosses his arms in front of him. It is hard for me to view things outside of my perspective.
Well, I've met a few people with a similar outlook on things. So, how would I put it? Think of it like a social transaction, if you would. What they get from helping you is your continued friendship and being able to travel with you and just enjoying your company.
Folds his arms a little tighter.
And you get help with your problem and maybe even a bit of that companionship back.
Even tighter.
It's an interesting thing. I do believe they believe you to be their friend, though. I don't know if you believe the same, but from what I've seen, they seem to enjoy your company at the very least.
It's all very new.
Well, talk to me about it. What's it like? How does it feel?
Looks at you like that pure analytical stare aimed at you. Trying to figure out what your intentions are. It's very obvious for you, though.
Yeah. She just smiles.
Terrifying.
That's good. New things can be very terrifying. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad thing. Just gotta learn how to understand it a bit more, is all.
How do I understand it?
Experience, I suppose. And the more that you learn and understand it, the easier it'll get. It's like learning a new skill or power, I suppose, would be a good one. You're not good at it right away, are you?
No.
But the bright side to friendship is that you're not the only one who has to work at it. They'll be working on it with you.
He takes like a deep breath. Shame this can't be easier.
Nothing worth having is ever easy. Sorry to say.
He is considering something.
Is it good TV? Do it.
Did I tell you where I come from?
Very vaguely and very not directly. I'd be happy to learn more, though.
I come from a laboratory from Black Sun. I was raised as an experiment to become the best tactician I could. I was pitted against other people in a competition. The losers would die. Everything I did was to ensure my spot on the top so I could stay alive. As such, I had to cheat my way through everything, manipulate others to do what I wished so I could stay at the top. This is all unnatural to me because I've never done this before. My upbringing was manipulation, people trying to manipulate me in return. It's all I know.
It would seem that Black Sun has done a lot of bad things. I'm really sorry you had to go through that, though.
What's done is done.
Still, it couldn't have been easy.
No. And it won't be easy. I intend to return and destroy the facility. Destroy every remnant of it so I may live free. I escaped.
I'm guessing it's still around then.
The building is. I'm unsure of the occupants. It's been a long time. Around 6 years.
Unfortunately, from what I'm aware, Black Sun has many laboratories. The one that I know of is in Fan.
And it's not the one I was in.
I wish you the best of luck, and if you never ever need help, don't be afraid to ask, okay?
I will keep that in mind. In return, do not speak of this to anyone.
Of course. This is your test. Being able to develop your friendships to where you would be willing to tell them this. That's when I think at least that you'll know.
We'll see then.
I know you're not a big fan of touch, so I'll hold off giving you a hug for now.
Good.
Just keep safe, okay? I expect to see you again someday.
We'll see. In any regard, I have to go speak with Lilia.
Good luck. And be careful. She seems to like you a lot.
Makes this harder. At least from what they have told me.
You seem less afraid of this one, though. Do you have an idea what you'll say?
I assume they already know I've been working with Radovan. I simply intend to tell them that I will not be returning to work. Instead of my initial plan in leaving.
At least you're giving him a chance to say goodbye.
I guess.
Good luck, Sebastian.
He nods and just floats inside.
Serena's power grows. I helped somebody.
Man, I've been needing to play faces more often.
Yeah, because of me, though. Sets him on the character quest of admit have friend, feel say word friend. Friend.
I love how he's just like, what angle do I need to go for? There's no angle you need to do.
Done.
Serena kind of watches him go, and there's like a sad smile before she re-enters the party and tries to find Jock and Ishtar.
A solid fuck you ×2 to Black Sun.
Definitely.
Black Sun has their hands in many, many pots. Not all of them are good ones.
Nope.
Well, the more reason for us to slightly tear them down.
Yeah.
There's
Sure,
this one
take care.
lab that is doing jetpacks that you would just love, though.
They do have a very invested R&D department for magical artifacts.
Arthur will have to visit those on his journey. He'll find some cool ones.
Aren't you the guy murdering all of Blackstone? Oh no, just the bastards I don't like. You guys seem alright. Yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. Did you
Did you
want
know
to
we
buy
had
an
a
item?
50% discount on our artifacts today?
Oh, sick. Do you have any stuff for Key? Yeah, no, we got stuff for Key.
I like to.
We
I
can
like
make stuff for Key.
I like picturing it like they're all saying this, but there's like some subtle knocking and noises. It's like they quickly shoved all their zombies in like a closet or something. It's like, no, it's the other guys, not us.
Quick, hide the nails of pain.
It's weird that I always walk in on the day that a sale is going on. It's so great.
I have crazy luck.
Always just give me stuff for free too. Like I buy an item and they're just give me 2 more. It's really weird.
I keep getting these potions that I don't need because I'm an undying monster that doesn't bleed. It only needs 3 of my organs. It needs no food, water, or drink.
I feel like you channeled Jock there for a second.
I'm proud of how much of an abomination he is. Jacques wants to murder him.
Next.
Can you talk to Lilia?
Sebastian needs to talk to Lilia.
Yeah, okay. I'm just the world around you all at this moment. Y'all gotta move and do your stuff.
I gotta go to the bathroom, so you can go first.
I paused to give people a chance. So
Yeah, go ahead and do your thing.
Let me know if you need a minor break, though, because I could also just do Alexi talking to Anas's brother.
Yeah, that's fine. I can go with it.
Lilia's not hard to find.
Yeah.
As vibrant as always and surrounded by auspiciously happy people, or at least in Sebastian's eyes.
He anticipates the aura. He has measured how far its influence is. He readies himself as he crosses that threshold.
As you cross it, you feel no untoward happiness.
But
As she
politely,
sees you, she stops. She dismisses herself from the current conversations he's having, and she just turns to face you.
hello.
Hi, Sebastian. I've heard from Donovan that you participated in the fight several days ago.
That I did.
And he said that you more than likely would not be coming back to work. I'm assuming you're here now to say as much.
That is correct. And that I will shortly be leaving Moth.
I see. Something dangerous, I'm presuming.
Yes.
Well, we haven't really gotten to know each other much these last week or so. But nonetheless, do try to be safe. It would be terrible to hear news of your untimely demise.
I have no intention of letting that happen.
Well, rarely do people do, but still, it's a small but selfish request. She smiles brightly.
I'll do my best.
I know you're not one for talking overly much.
This moment just kind of immediately the social anxiety picking up, tries to remember things that Finwith and Alexi told him to say. Are your clansmates alright?
Yes, I'm assuming you mean Donovan and Tristabal. They are doing quite well.
Boss is not really knowing how to respond, just
don't
Good.
need to make small talk with me.
Okay.
I'll be here if you ever have someone you want to talk to. And I just wanted you to know that I've enjoyed our time together. It's been fun.
It was an interesting experience. Something new.
Her eyes become slightly downcast, but she just smiles and nods. Anyway. Stop by again sometime.
If I come around City Rosencratz, I may do so.
Well, I'll be waiting with some more tea.
Nods just in approval. I would like that. Pause for a bit, just more awkward, just he just floats away.
She just smiles after you before returning back to their conversations.
Perfect, as awkward as I wanted that to be.
God, you're so fucking painful.
I do want to mention, I did write down verbatim after Finwood told him to say that.
I saw you type it.
He typed it down.
Oh, no.
Fantastic.
Finwood's like, we're gonna have to teach him Goldarian so I can tell him right.
You told him to say that.
I can't do this live. It's so still.
Alexei, as Finwith and Anastasia are walking off to go find his twin, turns to Laurentine and is just like, it comes to my attention that I owe you a proper spar.
Oh. How so?
As it is unfair that I held back so much against a proper fighter. Even though I had the vague idea that you might be Anastasia's clansman, it was not right. I owed you a proper fight.
Sure. If that's what you feel like, man, I'll definitely do so. Maybe tomorrow, before or after dinner.
That would be great.
Before dinner, we showed up, charred, clawed, bitten, huge bruises, sit down at the table, your mom's just in horror.
I will, I don't know how long we will be staying here after, but I will try to keep an eye on your younger brother.
I appreciate it. He's stubborn, to say the least, and a little foolhardy. I'm sure he's gonna get into a lot more fights that he might not do so well at, but he's definitely grown a lot since meeting you all and since, well, everything that's happened.
He does seem to look up to his family, even though it seemed he was a little nervous about coming here. It seems he's coming to his own at the very least. I'm happy about that.
It's hard for some people, anyway, to confront their family. It's the people you feel most vulnerable against, I suppose. Someone who knows your every weakness, knows everything you've done. I mean, I think any man would know it's hard to act like a man in front of your mother who's changed your diapers.
That is true. My mom was a very strong woman. Very terrifying. Do not get her angry.
That's something our mothers have in common.
Well, I will try to meet her with as much respect as I show my own.
Please do not fight my mother.
There's like a hearty chuckle, and he like pats Lord Team on the shoulder, and kind of like shakes. He's like, "I think that we will get along with your family very well."
I'm not kidding.
Whether they like it or not.
Oh, I promise, I will not fight your mother.
All right. Just with you people, fighting and respect seem to be synonymous, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Oh no, respect can come from anywhere. Like the little one, I was not sure about her, and then she let out probably one of the mightiest sneezes I've ever experienced.
Honestly, I was with you there until that last part, but all right. I
Arthur
can't wait for you to come for dinner.
fuming.
You remind Lauren Teeb, oh, humans sneeze. Ew.
I think it would do Finn with good if you brought up Anastasia as they were much younger.
Oh, trust me. That's just going to happen. After everything he's put us through these last few weeks, he deserves it.
I look forward to it. And he extends a hand out.
He gives you a firm handshake back.
Now, I'm going to go try out some of this food that is just seeming to go to waste. And he will walk over to one of the tables.
You find a bunch of goblets of blood.
Sorry, we expected Radovan to like provide something that would be suited for the other side of the guests.
You see Arthur like kind of also over there. He's holding one, like sniffing it. Like for a second, he's like, "Is this wine?" Oh no, it's not. Don't know why I expected otherwise.
Radovan comes over and he says, "Ah, yes. I've been meaning to find you. We have your food in the back kitchen. Most of our kind don't take too kindly to the, how they refer it, the burnt carcasses of varieties of animals."
However, happen to like.
Bam.
Yes, I have plenty of burnt carcasses for you both.
But lead on, we will follow.
Good. Otherwise, you would get lost. And he directs you to the back room buffet.
Is there anybody else back here? Probably not.
This time, no. Everyone else is having soulful conversations.
Alexei, as he's like stocking up on food with Arthur, he's like, "Unfortunately, I don't know how much time we will have to continue your frost collier training, but while we're here, I will be happy to continue with it if you'd like."
Depends how long we're here, though, because I at least plan to leave soon.
I think that is true for our group as well. Where do you plan on going next? As he like lumps something onto a plate.
I have to go deal with some people.
As far as I'm aware right now, we are in an interesting situation with the whole apocalypse or Ragnarok or however you want to call it.
Yeah.
I think we are still going after Hingram, but we haven't really talked about it yet. So we will have to see.
You're talking about it like you're planning on stopping it.
Oh. Well, it would not be right just to roll over and die now, would it?
For once, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
We will make sure there is a hell of a fight. And he goes to pat you on the arm, and then instead tries to go in for the high five.
He watches that whole situation. He sets down his plate like a food. Just, you can hit my shoulder.
Are you sure?
Okay, not full force. Like, don't fucking launch me into the table.
You are funny. And he does a light pat on your shoulder.
Picks his food back up.
Like how he dropped his food just in case.
Yeah, I didn't want to fucking drop it. He's a weak man. But if you all are gonna be stopping it, I'll try and be there.
Of course. If we do find each other on the battlefield past this, even before the apocalypse, make sure to not be a stranger and say hi, yes?
Of course. I mean, if you're within hundreds of miles, I'll know who you are.
I will say that is a very interesting ability you have. I can only go so far, but hundreds of miles seems impressive.
You get used to it. Though next I just need to find out a way to travel, actually be able to cover that distance. So if I don't know, I just see all of you, like everyone just around each other, I can get there like soon. See what's all going on.
I am not too familiar with travel, but Anastasia has recently shown ability to do so, so maybe ask him. He might have an idea.
I'll see what they can do, because I might be able to do the same, just different. Basically, if you have instant transportation, yeah, he has it too.
And then Alexi's like, well, let's not let this food go to waste. A bunch of people here with nobody to eat it. And he takes the leg and just tears into it.
He eats it too. He doesn't eat as fervently, but it's been a while since he's had good
Actually, walk in at any moment.
He just hasn't had food in a long time, especially good food. So he's taking advantage of this.
That's fair.
He doesn't know when he'll eat again.
Next.
Serena just kind of not necessarily clinging on to Jug, but definitely just seemingly hiding behind him. It's like, I don't know, he seems busy.
I'm sure, considering the amount of stiff nobles he's talked to all night so far, a small break would be nice. It has to be exhausting answering all of their finicky questions about why they consider playing nice with the lower race.
I suppose that's true.
Plus, his star has already been peeled away by that one. Gestures to where Finn with an Ishar are having their soulful conversation. You might as well leave me to my wallflowering.
All right. Do you think you'll talk to Donovan?
No, probably not. Unless he's itching for a conversation.
I know. I'm stalling. All right.
Yes, you are. Poorly.
She seems to be psyching herself up, kind of stops for a second, but shakes it off. And
Serena, you haven't. You're fine. You're better with people than anyone I've ever met. Except perhaps even him. Thus, he's lacking that radiant, slightly annoying, yet so cheerful charm he had in the beginning. Perhaps you could get a measure of it back. He can't pull off that kind of dress without that kind of charisma.
I suppose you're right. All right. She'll make her way to Radovan.
He's currently entertaining some Vitella members from out of town. He sees you approach, and he respectfully breaks himself from the conversation. Serena, how can I help you this evening? You look troubled.
Oh, I should mention, because I didn't mention before, that she's actually wearing the nicest outfit she could find with Jock's help that Radovan purchased for her out of the selection.
Might have some, changed pieces to further flatter. Jacques would have picked a different dress entirely, but it's fine. Radovan has certain tastes.
You look beautiful tonight, Serena.
Thank you. Jock helped.
I know.
So, a lot of changes have happened.
Yes, that's been a very tumultuous number of days. Even since stepping foot in this city, and that was... feels like an eternity to go.
It had to be a really good feeling when all the townspeople were behind you at that moment.
Yes, but in the back of my mind, I knew that it was just the first part of what was to come. But I'm glad that it worked out, and though I do expect us to have some more problems with the Inquisition later, in the very least, I think we're making steps in the right direction. I hope so, anyway. It's hard to see from the ground level.
I'm just glad that we were able to help where we can.
You are great help, Serena. Especially everything you've done in the hospital and the goodwill that you've been trying to spread around. I even heard some of the deviants of the Amoros house were lamenting that their little, how do they put it? Sunflower got away from them.
There's almost like there's definitely a renewed vigor that she made an impression on the deviants. Even if unknowing to her, they talked really bad about her at the time.
They tried to eat her!
That as well.
Cecily, sometimes you just get almost eaten by a bunch of vampires.
You look up and he's got a finger over his lips. Whatever you're carrying about the rest of what happens, remember, you weren't there. And I take full responsibility for it. I don't look poorly on you. I don't think anything negatively of you. Everything you're feeling about that right now is on you. But take time. Nothing you do is going to make you feel better about it. You can open the bird cage, but the bird will fly off on its own.
I suppose that's true.
Just don't worry yourself. That pretty little smile is much better when you have a much lighter heart. I honestly can't blame you, especially considering the copious amounts of effort put on by other members of your group. What you did was just the topper on the cake.
Okay.
I'm sorry to be so passé about it, but now is not the time nor the place for that kind of conversation, to be spoken in earnest. But what I said was not untrue. I know it was for the best, and I'm going to convict myself to do so.
I will say that as my smile does, so does yours. Just don't lose that smile, okay?
I'll try my best, but as for me myself, a lot has happened, and I also need some time to heal. I don't know, a decade or two. I should be fine. That's a joke. I'm sure I'll be much more expedient. I've gotten used to this mortal pace. Makes every day more exciting.
If you ever want to talk about it, though, don't be afraid.
You'll be the first I'll go to.
She just hugs him around the waist.
He gently pats your back and holds you. I'm still gonna help you guys after all. And this will not be the last time we'll be seeing each other, so.
Now, me and Jock have to make sure that everything's all set.
And I'm depending on your expertise.
Oh. I know business is like abundant right now, and she kind of looks around to like all the people that were asking him questions. There's another doctor that might be of help. She is looking for something a little bit more interesting, at the very least.
Well, I mean, if they come with your stamp of approval, I'm sure we can manage something. I'm not in charge of the church or the hospitals, though. I hope you know. Nor can I really make decisions on their staffing. So that's for you to. Well, I can at least give my recommendation, at the very least.
I think she would like the change of pace. She's paid a lot, but it's a very oh god, I can't think of the word.
Unfulfilling.
Yeah, unfulfilling job where she's working.
Well, I look forward to whoever you bring to my city. Our city.
Do you need us to help you escape the questions?
No, unfortunately, leaving now would only cause more problems.
Okay. I'll let you get back to it, but if you ever need a break, don't be afraid to maneuver over to us to delay him a bit.
Serena, I've literally grown up doing this. I'll be fine. just know that after tonight, you're free to come over for dress up anytime.
Sure thing. Gives him another squeeze and then heads back to Jock.
Next.
Dragon Girl's looking for a very tall bear man. Or owl person at this rate.
There cannot be anyone easier to spot in this building than Finwith. He is a giant, red-headed, like 9 foot tall, half owl man currently.
It's a wonder he can fit in the
With
room.
also ginger wings. He's just a big, like, ruddy orange red, like, smear through the room every now and then. He's gonna offend as many Vitala by having to look at him as possible. Shock just avoids.
I love for these two characters, you have the opposite spectrum. One just hates the nobility, the other's doing their best to piss off the nobility.
He's not even actively, like, trying to piss them off or anything. He just doesn't care. He's just like, no, what's up?
There you are.
Oh, hey. That was, wait, were you looking for me?
I'm not sure how much I'll see you, since guessing by the nature of your group, you guys will eventually leave. But I have something for you. It might be useful. And she hands over a little silk drawstring bag.
Takes it. Looks up for
You'll-
permission first before he opens.
Inside, he finds the magic devourer. She says, you need to use it. You need to use some of your magic to keep it going every day. And I would recommend it only really if you're fighting another magic user, but it will allow you to steal some of their magic to power your own.
Oh, that means I can use the fun ones longer.
Mhm.
Like, immediately, like, the wings, like, can't up some.
Also, that scale she tried to offer you earlier is also in the bag. And she notices the expression. She says, so you don't forget me.
His face, like, immediately, like, crumples a little, like, he's trying to, like, keep it straight. Picks at the little drawstring. I'm sorry for scaring you.
Sorry for any confusion I may have caused you. That forest was a lot, and I was learning a lot of things about myself rapidly. It was a little too much for me.
That's okay. I'm a lot. I hope you're not still scared of me.
No. You've explained it's their nature. Just all I can ask is be careful.
Oh well. I'll be careful when I use that one. And I'll only use it if I really need to. Or if Alexi really asks.
So just in case, don't be afraid to stop by. I can give you a couple more of those potions if you need them for emergencies.
I should be fine. It's the people I'm fighting that need those things. If you haven't noticed, most of them don't end up walking away.
I don't know, Sebastian looks like a good wind will knock him over. He's even smaller than Arthur.
Yeah, but I don't even think the wind could get to him. It just mind make it not touch him. I don't know if he can actually do that to, like, air, but you know what I mean.
He is a interesting one.
Yeah.
Shame I couldn't have got to know him more.
There aren't too many boring ones in the group. Neither are you. He kind of, like, reaches up. It doesn't quite like click on the horns, but definitely like hovers a claw over one.
Still adjusting to it.
Yeah, Southerners can be kind of weird about stuff like that. I'm used to people being scared of me because of it.
Guarantee there's going to be a lot more fear around me staying in Rosencratz, but Radovan has kept telling me if I'm just confident in myself, eventually people will just accept me for what I am.
He kind of jerks ahead towards the room of Baton and just goes, I mean, if people are okay with a bunch of leeches around, I'll be fine with you. I don't much mind them.
I don't mind them either.
All the Batalo who are close enough to hear that just seething.
My word!
A leech!
Did you hear that, man?
He said a slur!
How dare he?
My heart I don't need! Arthur say, no, don't compare us. But
Well,
he
I'll
shrugs.
never
It's like,
forget it.
you shouldn't be scared of yourself, though. It might not be like a blessing to other people, but it's got you this far, and it's let you help your friends. Also, it's really cool. Whether you agree or not, you're just kind of like wrong. It's really cool. Sorry, I do make the rules. I have I have all the reasons to say it's cool. I'm the one who does it all the time. He like flares out a wing for a moment. I get the final say.
Well, don't forget, if you find any more rare materials, I'll try to help you create something.
Yeah, we'll see what we can find. We're definitely gonna fight some other cool stuff. So we'll drag some pieces back, and you and your sword can help Alexi make something cool.
Or
Oh,
anything else you guys
maybe
want.
while you're in the ship, you can ask it some questions too.
Okay. I think I can do that. Also, if we survive the whole world-ending thing, I would like to at least see a dragon. I don't have to fight one. I just want to be able to see one. And I might need a guide into the mountains if it's still there.
They are pretty cool. They're huge.
Be willing to be my guide? I can navigate, but everything looks the same out there. I could easily get lost.
Alexi's better with the peaks. His people are from there, but you need help getting around Mernheim. I got you there. And, well, I can learn any mountains.
I think it'd be nice to have someone that can actually fly alongside so I could get some good practice.
Oh, it's really good flying. There's certain places where there's just enough like wind coming up the mountains that you don't have to flap. You just coast. Feels like forever too. You see the sky and forests and mountains for as far as you can see. You can even see the sun kind of glitter on the snow, and sometimes if there's like a fog somewhere or a waterfall that isn't frozen, you can see rainbows.
Sounds nice. I can't wait.
Nothing can get you up there either. It's just peaceful. Except maybe dragons, but maybe we won't fly where there are big dragons.
I mean, technically I'd be in the air, so I'd be a dragon.
Ah, see? You got it. Not a bad thing.
Oh, I should probably go find Radovan. I haven't seen him all night. But I hope this works for you. And she just pats the bag.
He like reaches out a hand. He's like, "Go ahead."
She offers him a hug.
Hugs it, star. You get completely enveloped in wings for a moment. He squeezes before he lets you go. Magic Devourer sounds so fucking cool as he walks away.
Jacques, you're approached by Tristabel.
Oh, god damn it. Amos.
You don't have to be so prickly. I'm not here to, well, about any of the prior dealings.
I guarantee you, it is just my nature.
Fair, I suppose. Considering the nature of your, well, being, we saw during that fight, I figured it was time for me to let go of my past. I'm imagining you didn't bring that peculiar dagger with you, did you?
Not to Redvin's dinner, no. I can try and grab for it if you'd like.
No need. You look to be a smart individual. He goes to his side where he is wearing like a sheath, and he pulls out the sword that he had before. He pulls the blade out. He manipulates something on the handle, and you see it kind of all lax and kind of segment a bit. And he goes and it seemingly unscrews the tip. And then with another press of a button or some odd, the blade reattaches, but now with this kind of crooked top. This belonged to my brother, and it fits with that dagger you had before. The second brother. No, the oldest brother, sorry. He looks across the room, and another Vitella kind of gives him this knowing side eye. I want to put my past behind me, so I'd ask for you to take this off my hands.
And yeah, I expected you to request it back. Was prepared to do so.
No. I'm done with that past life. And I'm done carrying the burdens that came from leaving it as well. With Radovin's new idea, I think this is a good time for myself to start anew. You can throw it away if you want. He drops it in the sheath, handing it over to you.
He takes it. I should hope that now that things are, at least for now, dealt with in Rosencratz, that I will have no need for my condition or eyes as weapons. But should anyone come knocking at the gates again, he sets it primly to the side. It will see you, sir.
We would be so honored to have your skills at our side.
He gestures with a hand. It is odd seeing the similarities, despite the overwhelming differences between Vitella and humans. Noble family politics and inter-family disputes are the exact same game.
I can't speak of much, but seeing some of your comrades, I do find it humorous that you and I are more alike than you are to some of them.
He just sighs, catching someone in the distance. It's a reason for it. It takes a village exists.
I have no idea what that means.
It takes many people of many kinds to make society function.
Ah, I see. Very fitting for mortals, I suppose.
It will be fitting for you all if you adapt. If this works out.
That's true.
If you intend to leave a past behind, then you're no more beholden to the roles your lot have in the first place.
Well, in the end, at least, I think everyone here needs to leave some parts of the past behind to move forward and progress. I think it's something that needs to happen every so often, and this is just the newest cycle of it. So, from advice of one who knows you very little, if there's anything in your past weighing you down, it doesn't change the fact that you can always become someone different.
I'm no longer in Dubois. And like a shed skin, there is nothing there for me. Well, it's appreciated. Your advice is a little late. Someone beat you to it.
Jugs. I didn't say it because I thought it would be relevant. Just the mood I'm feeling today.
They are in a fair one.
I'm going to bid you good evening and good luck on your ventures.
To you and your house as well. You've got your hands full.
Oh, I'm sure. Looks over. You can see Rune back in the background, grinning at you.
Shit stain. Shows. Thought expression. Passes right over. Do keep this amount of trouble.
I'll do my best. He walks off.
He considers testing the range of the sword just to make himself feel better. Soothes himself back down. Just tries not to let it get a hold of him in the first place. At least irritants he's good at dealing with.
Next.
Donovan approached down. She's welcome to stay on the other side of the room. With Rune.
Ishtar finds Radovan and politely waits her turn.
He finishes with a conversation and turns his attention to you. Ishtar, you, little lady, are in much trouble. I've heard that recently you've damned your soul or something along those lines. Arthur was mentioning it.
And here I was coming to congratulate you on a job well done, but yes.
Yes, thank you. All the things I've done is great. Have you considered an exorcist?
I don't know if Memphis is strong enough.
Well, that sounds like you haven't tried. Ishtar, I'm mostly kidding. Not really, but tonight's not the night to be being overly harsh with each other. I know you must have decided it's out of the best interest of everything that was going on. And I did send you on a very dangerous mission. I won't doubt your decisions.
No,
I only nag you because I care.
I know. This does make outfits a little bit harder. She kind of just looks at the wings she's now acquired.
You mean the tailors have a bigger challenge on their hands? Anything can look good.
Okay. Yeah, but all those nice dresses you gave me I can no longer wear.
You're right. It's alright. In fact, the tailors are gonna have to get used to unusual body types here anyway. So this will just be a great chance for them to practice. Because we're going to get you many outfits.
She just smiles. I missed you.
I would like to say I missed you too, but it's been about a couple days by my clock anyway.
I know. But if anything that forest taught me is every moment counts.
It sounds like you had a hard time.
Some experiences I wish I didn't have to go through. But it was worth it in the end. And thankfully, the damning to my soul is not nearly as bad for the price I could have paid.
I'm glad it wasn't the worst choice, I suppose.
Pay my soul to the gatekeeper to get to the First Lord. I don't know if Arthur mentioned that one.
I wasn't aware the First Lord had a gatekeeper as such.
It's not a designated gatekeeper. It's just a guardian for that section of the forest that lives there.
No, I'm sorry to put you through such a harsh journey.
Okay, I've learned a lot. And she taps where the Daedalus would sit. I've learned a lot about the sword too, and it's got some useful info. I don't know if Rosencratz can put it to use, but maybe I can find a way to make it useful.
I see. Well, I guess we'll something what to look into.
I look forward to helping finding ways to improve the city, as well as the relationship between humans and Batella.
It makes me happy to hear you say that.
Sometime in the next few days. I may need to sleep a few days after all of this. Ishtar's just mumbling herself about being the introvert that she is, and like she's overwhelmed. She's gonna need a couple days to recover from this.
Okay. Well, feel free. Take the time.
And that's it for Ishtar for the evening.
Then, one last event. Anastasia, you're approached by the First Lord. Anastasia, we haven't been formally introduced, though I'm sure you know who I am.
You've traveled with my friend long enough to know he can't not tell me everything.
That's true. Still, despite being indisposed, I've been made aware of a lot of your dealings and a lot of your bravery and your earnest desire to find out for yourself what the world is like. I'm sorry. I can't be everywhere to protect you. So, the most I can offer is this. He holds his hand out, and from out of his palm, shadows spin and tie together before they form a ring.
He accepts the ring.
May you find that the darkness will always be your ally.
Thank you so much. And I
And thank
appreciate
you.
it.
For everything.
Well, if it hadn't been for your choice, I don't think I'd have the family I do now.
He nods. Well, I don't plan on leaving quite yet. But if you ever want to come and talk, I'm sure your friends will be very happy that we've done so.
I'm sure Fenwith wouldn't mind another jaunt in the woods.
Well, I pray you and your friends do not need to make the perilous journey out to me again. As long as you're within Moth, I'll always be watching.
Can't guarantee where I'm about to go next. I'll be within your view, but I'll do my best to make everyone proud.
Just worry about yourself. I know you and your family are all only concerned about your safety.
Since it was brought up, what was Sebastian like?
Dutiful. Kind. Above all else, he really thought that the term noble was shallow. Only a representation of status rather than the person. It's a term that the best or worst of us could have, just based on titles. But he didn't believe that. He thought nobility should act noble, by his definition. So, he set out on his life to be as noble as he could. I
Much.
could learn a few things from his family. Anyway, I'll be around for a few more days. Be well, Anastasia.
Well, it's over the ring before sliding it onto the appropriate finger. Though out of slight paranoia, he's a little worried in the back of his head. Does it look like an exact replica of the ring?
No, this is a purely unique ring.
Okay.
He didn't like finesse it off of like the shadows just like, off of Laurentine's hand.
There was that slight paranoia as he saw the ring forming.
No, this ring does something different, actually. The ring is called the First Lord's Gift. And you gain the Shadow Step ability, where you can step into a shadow and move to any other shadow within eyesight. Also, in addition to that, 1 second here. Sorry. Looking up your shadow attack. Your shadow now acts as a +10 weapon.
Pretty sick.
Armor pierce shadow.
It's very nice.
That technically increases its trapping ability too.
I'm trying to see. I could have swore the shadow had a range.
Not that I was aware of. Other than it could just attack from a long distance. Nice, you're about to fall off the bed.
Okay. Your shadow now has a 30-foot range. And its area attack is now doubled, so it can affect everyone within 60 feet.
Ouchies. Have you considered using your shadow to turn into a giant bear man? And then just like cleave an entire field of people? Just saying. It's been pretty sick.
Just another tool I'll have to test out. Especially from the sounds of it, there's some inevitable sparring coming up.
Oh, as soon as Finwith sees you step through shadows, he's like, take me with you, I want to see what it's like. Is it the same as the first one does it?
Sadly, the shadow step is self-only.
Yeah, no, I figured. He's still gonna bother him about it, though. Make it go with me, too. Sad. Pouts.
Beyond that, unfortunately, surprisingly, we've come to our time frame
No.
for the session tonight.
No. No. Come on, it's the end. We're so close. Thanks,
What do you mean
Twinsy.
so close? What else do you guys have to do?
Radovic's supposed to have a nice, soulful talk with us at the end.
Has he not?
Yeah, I think he is.
I think he has.
What's Samya?
He hasn't approached Jock yet, though.
Yeah, he
That's
has.
fine, Jacques doesn't need any conversations.
Well,
Tristabal's lucky he was passively polite.
if there's anything you guys want to add to this epilogue, feel free to do so.
Serena keeps her promise of particularly that he made to Amalia. That she would stay until everything was working and correct. And looked like it was on its way to being something long-lasting. And then she would eventually take a pilgrimage to try and learn more about Saint Helena.
Would become a permanent resident of Rosencratz and keep her promise to Radovan to try to improve and use her abilities. And eventually settle down.
Arthur stays in Rosencratz for a day or so, but eventually he does say goodbye to everyone. But he goes and takes his revenge on Black Sun. He promises to find you all when the time is right, when that raid eventually happens, to get the Book of the Dead, and that he'll know when you three are all together again. But
he'll always be just that many miles near.
Yeah, he's going to keep an eye out on all of you. But he needs to go do this.
Jacques remains in Rosencratz. The house before has nothing for him except ill memories and an ill fate. He has no intent of cursing anyone with a childhood like that was necessary, like his own, to survive. Plus, Rosencratz is going to have an influx of very odd new residents, and someone has to deal with the ridiculous nature of ki and magic and psychics and races of all kinds. So, might as well continue learning more. And he'll be damned if the project he started doesn't continue on accordingly.
Anastasia and company all go to the Sorbonne household the following evening to have well, the dinner is fine. Everything else about it's a little wild, though. Mostly just challenging to sparring matches. Everyone testing themselves out. The Sorbonnes have very conveniently training yards just for this purpose about.
If Finwith finds out about Trey going into magic, immediately tries to shake him down for what affinity he has.
Very shy and unsure what to do. He doesn't know, and he just looks to Anastasia for help.
Anastasia would defend his brother like he still hasn't made the decision. Give him some space.
Oh, if you're worried about being some flimsy mage who's just gonna get tossed off a mountainside, you can do cool stuff like I do and be really tough at the same time.
Thanks. It's a great day. Lots of tussling, lots of sparring, seeing how each other has grown. You guys have all gotten stupid powerful in the last couple weeks.
He doesn't look it, but Sebastian has the time of his fucking life. Surrounded by all these people, they've learned so much. They have so many new toys.
And if so persuaded, and Alexei swears to put him on ice if he causes too much of a ruckus, Finwith will leave you with the offer of the tried and true Kongsbjorn, or if you want to find the out the bite of the new Ignis.
He would pick Ignis. He's already been punched by the Kongsbjorn.
Oh no, I meant Anastasia.
Oh, okay. The Sebastian would very pointedly just kind of be like, my turn.
Oh, whatever you want to try, he is happy to do so.
There are.
He does warn Anastasia, though. You should switch to that armor your family doesn't like. It might not last.
Armor.
There are moments where you swear you catch the slight curl of a smile.
But towards the end of all the sparring and insanity of Finwith interacting with a noble knight family, as if he were just like completely used to everybody, there's no hesitation. He's like, oh yeah, no, I've basically just adopted this one as a small weird little brother, which makes us all automatically family. You don't have a choice. Also, Lauren T we beat each other up, like we're friends, clearly. But he does catch Anastasia while everybody's distracted, probably with Sebastian trying to fight somebody or Alexei trying to beat Lauren T up. So, keeping your oath?
I did make a promise.
You did. Don't strike me as an oath breaker.
If I do break my oath, you have permission to Kongsbjorn throw me as ever far as you wish.
Nah.
You know I'm not gonna break.
I know you're not gonna. You think this counts? Is my end of the oath. Helping you, family.
It does. If anything, it also helps them see not all humans are bad.
I'd say we're pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Alexei's giving Lauren T a run for his money, and Lauren T's how old?
You don't want me to answer that.
He probably doesn't want you to answer.
No, because if I call him old, he'll just boast about how much better he is at his old age. But we still have a promise to keep. And I agreed to also help out with that whole army up north. Despite knowing everything, that army is still a threat to my home. As much as it is to yours.
Yeah, the undead will take out no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have that up north too.
Oh yeah.
Further.
But that does mean I may have to drag you back a couple times so you can still spar with my family again.
Yeah, we'll have to swing by, especially because, oh, did we tell you about the heart that's gonna, like, just keep beating?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, alright, yeah. Well, we gotta make that into something cool, so we'll need this Ishtar eventually. We'll swing back by and see him.
Mm-hmm. Also, can you go a little bit easier on Mino? It takes her weeks to heal up from injury.
Yeah, alright. He doesn't. That would be really rude. He doesn't do that at all.
He's still gonna ask because he wants his sister in one piece.
Oh, if Mino wants to spar with Finwith, no, he's gonna throw hands.
How is Mino enjoying the sparring session since we didn't get to see you too much?
Since she doesn't like humans originally, she was saying some very unfortunate things Finwith does not appreciate.
Good thing Finwith doesn't know.
No, he doesn't.
Honestly, compared to most of the Sorbans, Mino seems to be the most, well, besides Lauren Teve, the most acclimated to interacting with people, and she's not gonna let all the boys go around and spar without her. And if Finwith is offering, she's definitely taking the biggest one in her eyes.
Yeah, you want the big shape?
Hell yeah, I want the big shave.
Alright, Shield Maiden, bring it on.
I don't know what that is, but bring it on, big bear man.
He bullies the shit out of your family, but he doesn't fight your mom either.
The
No
rest of
one
the
fights your mom.
family is reserved about Anastasia's
Mhm.
friends. But seeing as Anastasia is probably the happiest he's ever been, they warm up to you guys slowly but surely. But after all is said and done, and you leave the Sorbonnes for the evening, I believe Sebastian has something he wants to say.
Ooh. On the way back to wherever they're staying, just I have a request. When we leave City Rosencratz, I have business I need to take care of. And I was wondering if you could help me with it.
Of course.
When he first says that he has business, Fenwith's face kind of falls before he, like, soldiers it back to something more neutral. And then lights up at the end. Fuck! No, I thought you were gonna say that you were gonna leave. Okay, no, we'll help. What do you want to do?
You are our friend, after all.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to help.
He looks uncomfortable. Keeps talking. I need to return to the laboratory I'm from. And I intend to raise it to the ground.
I do have one question.
Yes.
What is a laboratory?
Oh, actually, Claude explained that one. So, he kind of like looks at Sebastian, thinks about the whole traumatic backstory, just like, I'll tell you about it later. Point being, yeah, we'll just hunt something that can breathe fire on the way, and I'll help. Is it wood? Can it be raised? Or do we need something else?
I intend to find a way to destroy everything it contains. We'll find a way. And I assume the director of the program will pose some issue. I've been training to kill him.
Do you believe him to be strong?
Yes. But I believe we are finally stronger.
It'll be a good fight either way. Either he's strong, and so we come out stronger beating him, or he's not. And it's a good fight because it's for you.
He looks... There's a war going on inside his head.
Is this the happy aura?
The part that is hitting him as Cerrito is utterly and completely correct. Which means he needs to reevaluate certain things. Thank you.
You're welcome. What are friends for? Huh?
I agree.
I will give more details as we prepare.
No, I'll trust you on it.
And the rest of the walk, he is very tense and he's quiet.
And that is where we're going to leave our epilogue for the Rosencratz arc. I'd like to first, before anything, thank everyone for being here, for all those who have been watching. It's been a wild ride. If you are just catching us now as we're ending, please go over, check out Bad Luck Gamer over on YouTube. And the episodes are easy to find. They're all dubbed the Rosencratz arc. So if you just want to get in on this information, you can go there. Tons of hours of content there. It's a really great story. I highly appreciate it. It's at this time that I'm going to give some dismaying news. And for the remainder of this month, and probably not until, I want to say, the first or second week of May, we have some people who are, starting new jobs, starting new positions, changing their hours. Some of which we don't know the exact hours of which that they're going to be changing to, or what days they're going to be working. And due to, everything kind of being up in the air, we're making the hard choice to put the game on hiatus for at least until the beginning of May, first or second week. And then we will hopefully be getting a new schedule set up, and that will be put on the Discord. So if you haven't already, please join the Discord to see the official time when we find it out. You can also check it out on my Twitch stream. You can go and find my schedule. That desperately needs to be updated. So we do this with a heavy heart, but unfortunately we don't want to get started on another character arc and then have to stop for whatever reason before we get anywhere. And this is a really good place to stop for the time being. We might be filling out some new games in the few weeks to come. Maybe some, some short-term games. Just something to keep the ball rolling. Something to give us all that itch, scratch the itch. But, where our Cradle of the Crypt will be starting back up, hopefully, the very latest, the second week of May. But who knows? So, with that, we're going to go ahead and do some experience and then player awards, and then we're going to end for the session. So thank you all for being here for such a long game. And I know some people have to go to bed because I work in the morning. So let's do this quickly. For all intents and purposes.
Is this for both characters? Or just one?
This will be for both characters, though if you deem it that you're not going to be using your other character, the Dark Survival character anymore, don't worry about it. But these will be for both characters. And this will be the culmination of the last 3 sessions. And then Suzanne walks out. I'm saying I'll pull up a calculator. Okay. So, interpretation. Man, this last session, you guys really knocked it out of the park. I'm going to give you guys 60 experience points. Good ideas. I think there was some strategizing going on along the way. Some good decisions made with talking with some of the characters. I'll go ahead and give you all 8 experience points for that. Difficult actions. Unfortunately, no action or skill-based challenges the last few sessions. It's mostly been combat, honestly. And that's where you guys are going to be making your most bank, so. For being here, you guys will get 10 experience points. You get an extra experience point.
Is our patience waiting for all these sweet numbers?
Yeah. I wanted to give them all at once. Especially because they're going to be going to 2 different character sheets for most people, and I think I'd rather there be less errors as much as possible, so.
Is there any reduction that Suzanne needs to mark down for Anastasia?
Yes, Anastasia needs to reduce 3 experience points. So currently, Anastasia, you have 75 experience points to everyone else's 78. Combat with the Inquisitors. It was not difficult combat. You guys kind of
What?
trounced them.
I had a
But-
hard time.
You're a liar. But to make up for the fact that we had pretty much that one combat over the course of 2 sessions, I'll give you guys 10 experience points.
That's 1/3 in Iqbal.
Speaking of, for fighting Iqbal, you guys get 30 experience points. Because literally at any point in that fight, he could have caused your heart to explode. and
He
kill you
almost did.
instantly. He almost did. Rules as written, Arthur should be dead.
Yeah, yeah, you know, it be like that sometimes.
I mean, that's just Arthur. Rules is written. He should, and then Arthur goes, but what if I didn't want to?
It would just make it the 3rd time he's died.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
He's not special. Just looks at Iqbal. Oh wow, you killed me?
Oh,
Join
you
the
do have
party.
hard to kill, though. Did you add that on top of your resistance roll?
Huh?
Hard to kill.
Hard to
gives you-
kill.
It does?
It
The
gives you
things that
plus
will
10
kill
to
you.
all your resistances against
fuck.
things that'll kill you, yeah.
Nah, I didn't. I don't even remember what I rolled, to be honest, so
That's
It's now.
I have no idea if it would have made a difference.
Probably not. I think you got like under by like 70 points or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
The check was stupid high.
All that matters is that I'm not dead.
True.
Good thing you went for one of the freaks.
So, most damage dealt. We're going to be giving 2 different awards for this because we had 2 major fights, and I feel like different people kind of pulled out in different ways. Arthur gets it for the Inquisitor fight, while Alexei pulls it out for the Iqbal fight. Alexei was doing some pretty good numbers throughout the entire fight, so. Most damage taken. None of you were injured during the fight with the
Inquisitors.
Inquisitors, yeah.
No, actually, I'm curious. What was their base damage over 70?
They could all damage energy, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool.
They fight monsters for a living.
That's fair, I guess.
But they were either level 3 or level 6.
Yeah.
To be fair, technically you guys were going up against a total level of, what, 18 or something like that? But you guys are past the point of worrying about the anything less than level 6. Level 7 is like when it starts becoming a bit of a problem. But even against higher level creatures, like if you're in a group, you guys are going to do just fine.
Fenwith wasn't sure we were having a fucking fight. He was playing bowling ball.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough fight for those Inquisitors, to be fair.
Yeah, I think they went home with a bit less pride than they packed in the first place.
Yep. For the Iqbal fight, I believe Alexei took the most damage in that fight. Arthur almost. No, Arthur did, because Alexei he had 60 hit points or something remaining afterwards. Right?
Yeah. So in total, Lexi took 112.
Yeah, well,
I had 225
Arthur
and you had 75.
yeah, Arthur took 140. So
I lost 24 health that whole fight. Fenwith got
what can I
scratched.
say? The boss could only attack so many times,
Yep.
and
So
there was a
you're-
lot of you.
He just couldn't get the blood spears on Fenwith when he did target him.
Then, the utility award during the Inquisitor fight, surprisingly, actually goes to Fenwith, because rather than just defeating people, you just knocked them clear out of the park. You took on like 2 groups, pretty much solely doing that. Just whap, 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 to the woods! They were gone.
Return
like,
from whence you came.
Yeah, they were gone in the trees for the most of the fight, thanks to Finwith and your area attacks. For the Iqbal fight, Anastasia for stopping Serena from getting murdered by the group, somewhat. Or trying to, anyway.
I'm sorry, she was rolling so good.
Nah, it's fine. Hey, if anything, that means she can go toe-to-toe with a Vitellis.
Little wiggle worm. Let's see. Face award. No facing, unfortunately, for the last few sessions. So the face award in general goes to Serena for helping Sebastian. And I think Finwith? No, someone else. Sebastian helped Finwith. What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he did.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess Serena and Sebastian get the face awards for the session.
Yep, he turned it around on Finwith.
The Pity Award. Honestly, I'm going to give 1 Pity Award to Finwith because you have all those hit points and they just never get used. It must be so depressing.
I took a fucking advantage for it, and like Finwith's whole like gauge for a fight is like, how much risk am I in? I want to get fucked up. He gets like 2 scratches and just goes, oh. Come on, I wasn't even in the Kongsbjorn form this time. I had regular armor.
Unfortunately, all the defense Finwith put in does not make up for all the offense his allies put in, which just make them bigger targets. It's very unfortunate.
It's fine. It just means I need to accumulate more bear damage.
More bear damage. Another one is definitely gonna go to Sebastian for being the most awkward conversation of this whole night. There was a lot of really, really good conversations, and then we came to that one, and it was so awkward.
I'm glad. I wanted it to be awkward. I'm glad it was as awkward as I wanted.
He's trying to learn to be something like sincere. Come on. Give him a break.
Doing the conversation with with Lilia right after with Serena did impact that. He was gonna make it a lot more matter of factly. I'm done working for you. Bye. But then after Serena, he was like, "Oh no, I have to make an effort."
Ew.
Oh boy.
Serena made an impression. I'm so proud.
He will never admit it.
Serena's a fucking darling.
Speaking of, Serena gets my last pity award for getting their first kill.
Excellent chat.
Yeah.
You made it almost the entire campaign with your no-kill compassion character without a kill.
So close.
At the very end.
You almost got the clean hands Dishonored run.
But at the end, it made sense.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Sebastian did tell Serena, we're probably gonna have to kill fall off at the end of this. There's no way we're gonna get past without killing him. And she was like, no, we'll find a way. He doesn't want to do, and I told you so. Because that'd be horrible.
Man, Nick Paul was right. He was right to control Serena the whole time. He didn't know the potential.
Yeah, she's a fucking nightlight.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and do player nominations and our kudos. And then when we're done with that, we'll be ending the stream.
fucking fantastic. I can already see the coming curve of his character arc where he learns to finally just be a person. Just be a person. You can do it. We're there for you. He's finally having to accept, oh no, I have friends.
I did.
Do I reciprocate that?
I did love the back and forth between Sebastian and Serena, and how Sebastian was trying to turn it into a conversation about manipulation. And she's like, no, we got to stay on track.
Good job to Devin in general.
For real.
Did great.
I one thing that you did that was really, really good that I don't think most people would think about is the whole getting out of the event and the whole airing out the back of the neck where all your hair is. That's something that a guy does not normally think about. Was really good storytelling. I'm sure it only comes from the fact that you have a mop of your own right now with all that curly hair.
It helps.
I really love the moment. I really love the moment of just like, yeah, they'll help you. They trying to go along lines of, yeah, they're your friends. Also, it's a cool fight. And he's like, okay, I take that angle. No, Sebastian, please.
What is your intent? I just want to help. Why? Because I like helping people. What do you get out of it? The warm, fluffy feeling of helping people, and people are helped and do better. He's just, I can't crack her. I don't think there's anything
She's
to
an
crack.
impossible enigma.
What is it? What is this like? What does this mean? I can't crack this nut.
What is this life form before me?
Doing something because
her manipulative power is so high. Teach me your ways. Jacques immediately appears in the door jam. No.
Any other player nominations in our kudos?
Kudos to Jacques for all of us slowly doing the 1-2-3 punch on him.
Jacques was properly upset throughout most of this.
I'm gonna start out small.
Start out small. I can sense all life signals, from life signs, from an ant to mushrooms to deer to people, and he's like, okay, I know that you could do something like this. Infuriates me, but yet for hundreds of miles. Small. Oh right, yeah, and I don't need literally anything to survive except for my my heart, my lungs, and my brain. Also, I don't bleed, and if my limbs are cut off, they just kind of stay there because I want them to, and my life force says, yeah, sure, got them. Right after the demon core and the dragon wings, and it's just... He's resisting drinking.
Ishtar offered to go get him a bottle.
No, he tries to take care of himself and not cope with alcohol. The Ambrose house was the breaking point.
Jacques, forever being the man of science that he is, and being team dad to some degree, trying to no, we're not wearing that one. There's spaghetti stains on it. Please, Arthur, don't.
Serena, change out of the tutu. I know that Radovan adores the cute stuff.
I also love that Jacques was there every step of the way, trying to talk Serena into talking to Radovan. And was there when in understanding of kind of her skittishness about it.
I'll give Serena another player award. You dealing with that problem and then trying to be I'm stalling, and I know you're stalling. Great moments overall. Really good characterization. I really appreciate it. Take another player award for that.
I'm so proud of Serena. As is Jacques. You just can't make him say it aloud. In so many words. It would take many more for him to delicately dance around it.
Oh, and then Ishtar and Finwith. That was adorable. Oh my god.
You almost made the golden retriever cry. In front of a bunch of vampire nobles.
I agree. You both deserve Play Award for that. It was just a really, really good moment of patching things together, and it's been something that's been hinted to be coming for like a few sessions now, like 7 sessions ago or something like that. So I'm glad.
Yeah, it was the both sides of like, we both probably should like talk about it. Mostly because like it's obvious that he's like pouting and was upset, and it's like, well, it's obvious that she was upset, but she's not doing it anymore. She's not avoiding me, but like, does that mean that I could just like go up and say it? Like, what if she like, doesn't want to talk about it? Fine, I'll go find her. Oh, Finwith, I found you. What? So. He's gonna convince you that you're a really cool dragon if it kills him.
On that note, actually, also kudos to Alex for that entire flipping the conversation on Finwith. That was a good moment.
Fucking Sebastian being like, so you should go talk to her, right?
It's one of the few times I've ever finger snapped when RPing.
I mean,
great.
I love the takeaway from it. Just to be like, what?
It's just completely caught off guard. That from Sebastian. I mean, normally he would be like more resistant to it, but it caught him so off guard. He's like, well, I don't want him to not keep doing this. Like, this is progress. Fuck.
He just didn't understand why you weren't doing the thing you told him to do. It's like, that doesn't add up.
Because he doesn't want people to be scared of him.
Yeah.
Enough Finwith has a cute souvenir of a dragon girl he knows.
Nope. And it was given, so he has earned it because she's not scared of him. So whether he can do anything with it or not, he's got a cool dragon scale thing now.
The Devourer
Dragon
now, which
adjacent.
is helpful.
Also,
It's gonna be a monster with that necklace.
also Sebastian with the character development.
It's a thing. Ooh,
I agree. A lot of character development happened in this last session here.
It was all just like there's so many like missed chances where he could have like taken that step and instead just floated by it for like time after time after time after time, and finally it's like cutting back to the beginning of that and getting all of them in one, as it's like, you gotta do this to get what you want. And I think some of what you want you haven't admitted to yourself, which like what you need. It's not just the get back at, Black Sun Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. And it's not just survive. I think Sebastian may want to live.
Oh man, though that entire fucking conversation with Serena was it was Sebastian just going like, I need to, like, just full in his headspace. He's just like, I need to tell her my backstory. It's like, wait, why do I want to do that? What the fuck's going on? Why do I want to just tell them where I'm from?
Welcome to coping!
Literally in my notes I wrote, maybe this is like Lilia's aura. No, but that's besides the point.
I'm so happy he opened up. She got through.
He's looking for help. And then actually he passed his test because he next day with them after the Sorbonnes. Asked them their questions. Now you just gotta keep at it.
That was great, by the way, the eternal war, because Serena was right. That was fantastic. I loved that.
Because it's cognitive dissonance. It's like he has this one way of thought. He's like, oh, Serena's right. And is immediately just like, I've been horrible, haven't I?
What are friends for? I don't know. Please tell me.
I was about to say I don't know the answer to that question, but not against it.
Like, there was, like, the silence afterwards, and I was like, I wonder if he'll actually ask, what are friends for? And then you'll get to see Finwith, like, use every fiber of his scant self-control to keep himself from reaching out. It's okay. He'll wait for the day Sebastian does it. And if he never does, that's fine. He respects that.
Any other player nominations and or kudos?
Anastasia's everything with family. Talking with Lauren Teeve, talking with the First Lord, especially talking with Train, like, being like, I'm gonna be supportive brother, no matter what you want to do. And he's like, God, can you stop being perfect? Who are you, Lauren Teeve? Like, I don't know, be mad about something. Nah, I love you. Also, I'm also flawed. Please, let Finwith and them tell you about all the times I got my ass kicked. I promise I have flaws.
Anastasia needs 2 player awards. You have grown so much over the course of this chapter. I don't think anyone can argue that. And just having the best family, the best Vitella bougie family you could possibly have.
Lauren T's still the best.
Mino's a close second.
I fucking love Please Don't Fight My Mother.
It's fucking great.
Alexi, who thinks it's a joke, is just like, no, please don't fight my mom.
I need you to say that you promise not to fight my mom. Don't laugh. I want to hear it to confirm that you understand. A moment of silence for the Serbans having to deal with it with their household. Realize, oh no, these are the people he's hanging out with.
There are worse people he could be hanging out with.
As you watch Mina just go flying. Sorry, miss. I took out your rose bush. Well, your daughter took out your rose bush, but it was my fault.
If you hit her rosebush, she would give you the scolding of a lifetime.
Oh god.
That would just hurt. And you
She
feel like you're all at
understands
home.
what I do in this house. And the only place I find any solace.
Oh.
My children's hearts are beating on my mantle.
You asked them to put that somewhere else. That's kind of disturbing. Like, for you
It's a
at
family
least.
thing. I don't understand it either.
Don't approve in solidarity. One thing that would kind of go unnoticed just with all the big things, but it's a small thing that I really enjoyed, was Arthur being awkward at the blood goblet table.
Yeah,
That was great.
It was a good moment, and your conversation with Alexi in the back room was pretty good too. So, I think you both and Alexia's conversation with Lauren Teeve as well. The whole "please don't fight my mother," Alexi and Arthur both deserve a player award.
Goes to Jacques for the entire Tristobal conversation. It was a really good conversation, and I loved how Jacques was polite, still kept his assholeness, but he's like, I get what you're talking about.
I did love that you're both a very, very stiff drink when it comes to interacting with people. It's great.
And the comparison that you two are more similar than the rest of Jacques' party.
That was a good line, Cameron. I'll slowly crack these Vitala open. I'm not sure which is worse. The Vitala or Jacques?
Tristobal always been kind of against the Vitala nature. Just hated the rat race that it is, and so when he saw someone else who was kind of similarly burned by the noble lifestyle in a slightly different way, but still, I think he found a little bit of
I mean, were it not for the spy work in your house and cleaning shit off the shoes of one of your terrible brats, yeah, no. Tristabal's like the type of person like you could have a good conversation with. Both of them would just be like painful to watch for anybody else because it's like if you guys sat any fucking straighter, I could test the level of this building.
But yes, unfortunately, we're low on time. So, we're going to go ahead and end this stream. We might have some post-game talk, for sure. But I want to give Suzanne the chance going to work tomorrow. So thank you all for watching. Follow to see more amazing content like this. We will do our best to provide content for the next few weeks to make up for the loss of Cradle to Crypt. But right now everything's just kind of crazy and in the air. And thank you so much for my players. The Rosencratz arc has been so great, and it has only been made as good thanks to your characters and interactions. So thank you so much for telling this great story with me. And hopefully we'll be picking back up with Cradle to Crypt soon. Anyway, say goodnight, everyone.
Nighty-night.
Good night.